Just one more. The book just in case we lose Wi-Fi.
Nice to have.
Yes. At the house, I lost Wi-Fi a few times.
No.
I was on phone.
Me too. I lost power one time, which lost the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And then one time the board hiding. I had to go too.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we have two meetings. We have the CRA meeting and the BOC regular session. First, we're going to have the CRA and then the BOC regular session. And I'm calling to order the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, November 17th at 6:30 p.m. Ms. Manousis, roll call, please.
Chair Alahouzes,
Here?
Vice Chair Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Here.
Commissioner Donovan,
Here.
Commissioner Batigiris.
Here. The first item on the agenda is an update for the Furb's property negotiations. I will ask our city attorney to present this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, the city has been issued an RFP and has been in discussions with the developer. Our office began in July of 2020 to interact with the attorney for the developer. Unfortunately, the developer's attorney has expressed some inability to move as quickly as the commission wants, but has recently sent on November 12th sent an email to City Attorney Trask to apologize for the delay, but to indicate that her client is desiring to go forward. So right now, our office's understanding is that we have addressed all of the questions or concerns of the developer, and the ball is really kind of in their court. I don't know if Ms. Cole is here tonight to discuss the matter at all, but that's where we're at the moment.
Thank you. Mrs. Cole, would you please? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. Thank you. Yes, as an update, we have been working with Mr. Trask. There were some specific deal points based on the respondent's bid that we had questions about based on the draft. When Mr. Trask and I went over that over the past few weeks, I've been working with my client to refine what some of those issues might be, if they are still issues. I spoke to Mr. LaCouris as well, and both the city and the developer are determined to get this done in a final agreement. There may be some things that we would like for the commission to take a position on, but certainly nothing that we don't think is going to hold up the agreement from moving forward. Hopefully, before the end of the year, we'll have this back before you to sign off on so we can get going on construction.
Mrs. Cole, thank you for coming here to give us an update. It's always been a pleasure working with you. Unfortunately, we have this delay to this project. As you know, this project is very, very important to us. It is in the center of our city. And we anxious to see the negotiations completed so we get the permits issues and start building. If it's possible, if you give us some kind of schedule, if you will, of the construction from now to tentative, whatever you have. That way we have an idea, because we want to have the project finished as fast as possible.
Sure. I think, based on the respondents' bid to you all, that hasn't changed, that we think that absent any delays in construction and permitting, it's an 18 to 24-month process.
Okay.
That was the estimate then, and it's still the estimate now. And so the nuances of the agreement are just how to best memorialize that to protect both the city, so you all have a complete project, as well as the developer, so he doesn't have a partially complete project and then there's a trigger in the agreement that would stop his construction. So those are some of the details that we're figuring out right now, is just how to fairly account for the construction schedule.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Carr, do you have any comments, questions?
The only comment I have is thank you for the update, and looking forward to have this wrapped up before the end of the year. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have any questions. Appreciate you coming, Ms. Cole. Thanks for the update. I think, as this commission and past commissions tried to explain to not only this applicant, but past applicants, we have it's time sensitive to us because we're excited to see this project be built, and it's such a catalyst for the town. So that's the only reason why I think you're seeing the commission kind of wondering what's going on, just because we're so excited. And we do believe in the applicant and the developer to build a nice project. So if there are any stumbling blocks within your negotiations, if you'll just make us aware of it before the end of the year so we can try and have it wrapped up by then. And then if the commission needs to give any feedback at that time, I guess maybe we can do that. So I appreciate y'all's hard work on this.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Donovan.
I have no comments. I just want to thank you for the update. Thank you for being here.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Vaticuris.
I have some questions, Mayor, and some comments. Thank you, Ms. Cole, for being here this evening, and Mr. Schoenfelder for filling in for Mr. Trask. I know you might be a little bit handicapped with the knowledge base, but maybe Ms. Cole can fill in for that. We had the proposal that was given to the city that we approved. In there were some basic things that I didn't think that there were an issue, and I want to make sure that they aren't an issue. We also had a set of business terms that were provided by the proposer, Denami, and I want to go through those. And I appreciate the update, but I'd like a little more detail to find out exactly what's outstanding. We had agreed to at least Denami, and we kind of approved 16,000 square feet for the building. And I know that the number of apartments were kind of up in the air. I think Denami was asking for a little more than probably our land development code would allow. Did that get clarified as far as the number of apartments? Are they agreed to at this point?
That has not been a point of contention, but Denami is still working on its development site plan to number that. So it's not an issue that we've identified.
That was 16 apartments.
The 10 apartments.
10? If it's 10, that's fine.
I'm looking at. Yes, please.
There was conversation about the 16, but we did not know.
Mr. Mavromatis, would you please state your name and your address for the record, please?
Nick Mavromatis, 213 High Street, Tarpon Springs.
Thank you.
So we did not know whether or not, just what you mentioned, whether or not it would be able to be built at the 16. That was a question that came up at our last meeting when we made our proposal. And we said that, we have to see what will be allowed once we get to that point where we do our preliminary drawings and know what's going to be by the building code, what's going to be able to get in there, then we may have to adjust it. We're not at that point yet.
So basically, we're going to go with what the land development code would allow.
Basically, I don't want to commit to that exactly right now because I don't know what it is, but basically.
point of contention in the negotiations. I mean, you're going to be presenting this basically concept to the city as far as what our expectations are. I do know that the 16 was one issue. I thought that 10 was put out there at one point, and that seemed reasonable. But I think that's something. Are you working with the planning department at all in this?
Well, no, because we're waiting to get through through our negotiations, if we'll call it that, to get these finalized. And then that way we can begin on our preliminary drawings and to have a meeting with it's not the actual building department, it's the whole group that gets together to go over the actual construction.
Okay, so the
Each department,
the number of apartments are still up in the air.
that's correct.
Okay, so as far as the purchase price, I know that in your letter of intent and also on the proposal, you were expecting to get the property without any having to pay for it. Let me put it that way. Is that an issue at this point?
That is something that we would anticipate having further discussions with the city attorney and city manager, and perhaps will be an issue that comes back to you. Yes.
Okay, so that one's up in the air. The impact fee credits, I believe that's straightforward, the $65,000 credit, and then any additional amount would be over what the Forbes property had as a development. The Denali would be paying that amount.
There's a calculation that is by code for impact fee credits. The 65,000 number is in addition to what credits could be available by code. And so Mr. Trask and I need to determine if there's a path or flexibility for the commission to grant those additional credits.
Over the 65,000?
To 65,000.
Up to 65,000. I thought that was a representation by the city that that's what the credit would be, and I'm hearing that's not the case.
I believe that was Denami's proposal for the
That
65,000.
was in our proposal.
It was not a representation by the city.
Okay. The deposit, that's the $20,000 deposit that is in hand, in the city's hand?
No, it is not. I believe that, I'm not sure exactly when that's supposed to happen. I think it's once we memorialize this, or whatever you want to call it, once it's finalized, I think that's when that happens.
Well, it was 7 days, maybe I'm misinterpreting this, within 7 days of the seller's execution of the acceptance of the redevelopment proposal. What does that mean exactly?
I believe that means once our proposal is approved,
The negotiations
all
are
this is
complete?
finalized, then the
Okay.
deposit comes into play.
All right. The inspection period, which would be the geological and other things, that's complete?
We had core samples come in, we have had it checked, yes.
Is there anything outstanding on that?
No, there isn't. The only thing is, once again, until we get our final plans to see what we're going to do as far as how many apartments, weights, that's when the engineers will come in and calculate those that I don't believe we potentially have a problem from what we were told from the geophysical people that
Be
came.
part of the lease, I guess it would be working up to the issuance of the building permits. That would be part of the due diligence period, I would suspect. That would be the normal course of
Correct.
development.
We anticipate the agreement, it will have a period for due diligence, a period for permitting, and a period for construction.
Okay, and that covers number 5, which is the property, work product, and due diligence. The stormwater, that's straightforward. There really isn't any requirement. Parking, there isn't anything there that you can do for parking. The real estate brokerage commission, that's straightforward. There's 0 there. And the title commitment, which is straightforward on our part. The assignment and the 45-day exclusivity period is done. So beyond, I guess, about a half a dozen things, and I won't say that they're small items, but do you foresee any issue? Here's my objective. My goal is to have this back before us by December 8th. That's my feeling. I don't know that we have another meeting after that. Do we have another meeting after December 8th, before the end of the year?
We'll have 2 meetings.
Yes, the 15th.
On the
15th.
15th?
Yes.
Okay, so the goal would be by the 8th or the 15th, preferably the 8th, in case there's a hiccup on the commission, and we can have an adjustment on that to bring it back on the 15th. Do you think that would be achievable?
Our office, Mr. Trask has been standing by to wrap things up. If
Okay.
we're ready and able to do it. I think the city manager can make last minute business decisions that need to be made. So it's really just engaging with Ms. Cole.
City Manager LaCourse, do you have any comment, or do you think you can get that done?
I don't see any reason why we can't before the commission by the latest, the 15th. Our goal is to get it done, so it's done this
By the
year.
8th, so we can actually.
The 8th
if
or
there's any
15th
hiccup-
at the absolute latest.
How about it, I don't want to do just, I'm trying to set the schedule. I'm not horse trading, but perhaps have the proposal in front of us the 8th and then approval on the 15th. And that way, if there's any tweaking that needs to be done between the 8th and the 15th, that could be done for a final approval on the 15th.
If we,
That's possible again.
it's possible. I mean, it'd be hard to say absolutely yes, just depending on if there's any points of contention that we have to negotiate.
Well, I think at some point, these points of contention are going to have to come back to the commission. I
Oh,
mean,
right.
you could go into the spring and summer with points of contention,
I
and
think
that's
that
what
we
we're
could-
here for, I guess is what I'm
So-
getting at.
But yes, and that's actually exactly what Mr. LaCourse and I spoke about, is that there are probably two things that, we may need to bring back to you, not because there's any level of contention or disagreement. It's just simply philosophically, his role is protecting the city as best he can, and our role protecting our client, and you are the arbiters of that decision.
Okay.
So I don't think either one of us have any other expectation that would be the way that it would work, is that the agreement with perhaps flagged alternative language, leaving it up to you all.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing it. And Mr. Mavromatis, thank you very much for your patience on our parts. And we're very happy with the proposal. I'm thrilled. It's been a hole in the wall for 12 years. I'm looking forward to groundbreaking and maybe get our building up so we can start enjoying the tax revenues from it that we're not getting until that happens. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was it here.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Thank you, Ms. Mavrowitz.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We are now going to the public comments on this item. If anyone has any comments, please come forward, state your name and your address for the record, and you'll be given 4 minutes. Hear none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails on this item?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
The job, do we have anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. We do have a raised hand, sir.
Please connect them.
If you could state your name and address for the record.
I'm James Catalano, 2119 West Cass Street, Tampa. And I'm simply chiming in to check my connection because last night I was in attendance and I could not connect. So I apologize for breaking in, but it's important that I have a connection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And we do not have any other raised hands, sir.
Thank you. We are now going to the item number 2, which is a CRA. This is a resolution 2020-04, Building Code Assistance Grant. And City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is resolution number 2020-04, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs Community Redevelopment Agency revising the CRA Building Code Assistance Program Grant, which was established through Resolution 2020-01 and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion on that item.
Second.
Thank you. We'll go to commission comments. I would like to express my support on this resolution. I think it's great to provide additional financial help to bring up to code the 2-story buildings in the CRA, to be able to reuse those buildings and hopefully we attract more business to Tarpon Springs. The question that I have, I don't know if Ms. Lemons is here.
Ms. Lemon's on the screen waiting.
Hi, Ms. Lemons. How many buildings do we have that they need to be, bring up to code? Do you know?
Well, to date, we have 3 applications that are in, that have been approved, and we're discussing with another property owner who's going to be applying for one of the grants. So we have a total of 4 currently that are in the process.
Yeah. Thank you. The reason why I'm asking that is we have approved $37,500 on this fund. So do you think we have enough funding for what you have?
Yeah, the 37.5 was initially established, but remember, we also have the additional CRA funds for the other grants. So that's one pool of money that we have. So yes, it should be plenty.
Thank you. And that's all I have. The Vice Mayor Carr, do you have comments?
I don't, thank you.
Commissioner Terrapini?
No comment, Mayor.
Commissioner Donovan?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Lemons, for the presentation. I just had 2 questions. The first one just being further examples that you might be able to provide of what is and isn't eligible with this.
Sure. The intent on this was to provide incentives for a lot of those older buildings that have interior improvements that are costly, that are required to bring up to code, whether that be the building code or fire or FEMA. So some of the examples could be fire suppression and fire sprinkling. And that's something that we have issues with in a lot of the downtown buildings that we're trying to get second floor residential, and they're not sprinkled. So in order to do that, if you have a first floor that's a retail or other kind of establishment, you need to have sprinkling. So sprinkling is one, elevators is another one, flood proofing is another. It could be electrical upgrades that are required for some of the newer types of lighting systems. So it's things that are for, building code, FEMA, or safety improvements, and not for aesthetic things.
Okay, thank you. My only other question was just whether or not in future code enforcement activities, is this something that I'm going to be able to be proactive versus reactive? Like if I know I'm going to buy this building, can I reach out to you guys and say, hey, I'm going to need to work with code enforcement, get this grant for this? Or is this only for current business owners or building owners?
No, definitely. If somebody is buying a building that they know is not up to code, they would either reach out to us or we would reach out to them. We know those buildings, and we work with the realtors and let them know, hey, there's this grant available. Not only the building code grant, but if they're putting in a restaurant, they could get the restaurant grant or the facade grant for exterior things. So yes, we would welcome them to, because that's what's holding back a lot of the buildings, is the inability to have the financial, wherewithal to make the improvements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticotis?
I'm satisfied with the information, the details. I'm sure the building department will be intimately involved in this, and I've got full confidence of Director Powell. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We go to public comments. If anyone has any comments, please come forward to the podium. Here none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody online that wishes to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. We do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alahouzes?
Yes, thank you. Item number 3 is the Interfund loan approval, property purchase corner of West Tarpon Avenue and Spring Boulevard. Staff report.
Yeah, Mr. Herring, while he's coming up to give the report, as you know, the referendum passed. So within the next couple of weeks, we will own the Huffman property. What this is brought forward to you in the CRA, and then it'll be brought back to you when you're sitting as the regular BOC, is the funding that we recommended for the purchase of the property. And Ron, can you just go over the funding that we propose for this property and what we need to do?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Ron Herring, Finance Director. And as Mark said, the voter referendum on November 3rd, 2020 approved the property purchase at the corner of West Tarpon Avenue and Spring Boulevard in the amount of $650,000. Closing costs have been estimated at $9,000, bringing for a total of $659,000. We're asking for your approval of an interfund loan from the sanitation fund in the amount of $300,000 to be paid back at $100,000 per year over 3 years. And if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Herring. As Mr. Licura stated, on November 3rd, the voters of Tarpon Springs gave us direction to purchase the Huffman property for $659,000, including the closing cost. Mr. Herring, for the benefit of the public, would you please explain the $359,000 will come from the reserves and what's left in the reserves, and also the $300,000 that we're going to have a loan from the sanitation department?
Yes, in fiscal year 2021, we'll be charging the sanitation fund, the $359,000 will come out of reserves. The balance, like I say, will be coming from the sanitation fund over 3 years, $100,000 payments a year. And that'll leave a fund balance at the end of fiscal year 2021 of $141,000.
Thank you. Also like to remind to Mr. Licouris that that are requested to schedule a town hall meeting in order to get input from the residents of Tarpon Springs on what will they like to see on this property. So Mr. Licouris, if you schedule that after the holidays, appreciate it.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
The only thing I want to point out is the, I guess, strategic creativeness that our city staff has with doing intercompany loans or interdepartmental loans. I think it's a great job to avoid having to pay interest to a bank and having to jump through some additional hoops. So thank you for figuring that stuff out.
Commissioner Terrapini?
I don't have any comments for you, Ron, other than I just am grateful that the citizens saw what we saw when we approved this and went to referendum and they voted for it. So thanks for all your help on that.
Commissioner Donovan?
Thank you, Mayor. My only question, Ron, is just whether or not this will have any detrimental effects to the actual sanitation fund over the next few years.
No, the sanitation fund has the most available fund balance. So no, it's a minimal effect on the sanitation fund.
Okay, thank you for getting creative with this.
Commissioner Viticuris?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things. This is good. I don't have a problem with the funding. I worked those out before, and I think those details are fine, and thank you for doing that. I discussed that with the city manager previously on the approach. A couple of confirmations that it is going to be titled in the CRA, to the CRA, right? Community Redevelopment Agency, not to the city.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. There was some discussion probably during the charter revision agency time, commission time, that we were working on the charter amendments. And at that time, we'd identified that the Sunbay property had actually been titled to the city by mistake, and we retitled it to the CRA. And one of the issues was that there was no formal loan agreement. As in the past, these loans have been done. It's not an issue when you loan money within the city funds, whether it's enterprise, general fund, so forth. But in discussing this with Mr. Trask, and he's not here this evening, I think it was best to have some kind of a mortgage or a promissory note between the city of Tarpon Springs and also the Community Redevelopment Agency, memorializing this transaction to keep it clean. And I want to make sure that we do that. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, City Manager Licouris, you're authorized to sign those on behalf of the city. Is that correct? Or is that something that the commission needs to sign? Promissory notes or mortgages?
I believe the commission has to do that. I'll defer to the city attorney, but I believe it's the commission.
Okay. I don't want to hold up the purchase on this thing, but I do want to see some kind of a formal document between the Community Redevelopment Agency and the City of Tarpon Springs, the sanitation fund, which would be still the City of Tarpon Springs, memorializing this loan for $300,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and then and then also the 359,000, when we say reserves, we're talking about the CRA reserves, not the general
CRA
fund, right?
reserves.
Okay. Is that acceptable to the commission with regard to the promissory note of the mortgage? I'd let Mr. Trask work out the details.
Advice from the city attorney, what he thinks about that.
Well, obviously, I will defer to whatever conversation Mr. Trask has had with Commissioner Vaticiotis. My understanding of the loan process is that legally speaking, there is no requirement for you to have a mortgage or a promissory note because it is two related governmental entities. However, you certainly can. And in terms of who has the authority to execute, you'd simply add to your motion and the Board of Commissioners, when you sit as the Board of Commissioners, that you authorize the city manager to execute any requisite documents to finalize the agreement, including but not limited to a promissory note. And then that'll give him the authority.
I think the issue was that we were two separate legal entities.
Right.
And
But
when you have two separate legal entities, there ought to be some formal agreement between the two in case there's any confusion later on.
well, it ought to be, there's no, that's a judgment call, a policy call, but legally there doesn't have to be, but certainly there's no harm in doing it. Our office could get it done very quickly. And in terms of the authority of the manager to execute, just add that to your motion that he's got the authority and we'll get it taken care of.
Okay, well, maybe we can make the motion that if it's required or if in Mr. Trask's opinion, we need it.
Mr. Vaticiotis, if you like, you go ahead and make the motion now, and then we go to the public
All
comments.
right, I wish to authorize approval of the purchase of the Huffman property with the finance details as described by Mr. Herring, our Chief Financial Officer, with the condition that upon Mr. Trask's opinion, if a mortgage or promissory note would be needed, that we authorize the city manager to sign that on behalf of the city.
I've got a question.
Yeah, I have a question too, Mayor.
I just have a question for the city attorney about the listing of the property itself. So the CRA is due to sunset after a specific period of time where it potentially couldn't be in existence any longer. What would happen to the registration of a property of a entity that doesn't exist any longer at that point? Now, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if that's something that
I'm like 95% certain. I just did CRA research for a different client. I'm 95% certain that one of the statutes that deal with CRA addresses the CRA wrapping up, and that the assets thereof would go to the local government that it's supporting. So in this case, it would go to the city of Tarpon Springs. But let me do a research on that, and then I'll give you all the formal answer tomorrow on that, so you know for sure.
okay, just want to make sure it doesn't go to the county or the state. That's for sure.
No, I'm fairly certain it would go to the city of Tarpon Springs.
Mayor, I have a
thank you.
comment, if I can, on that point.
Go ahead.
I had discussed that with the city manager. Once the loans are paid off, there's no reason why that property can't be transferred to the city of Tarpon Springs. But for example, the Sunbay is being paid off this year. There would be no reason to keep from transferring the property here, except they may be smart to leave it in the CRA until the Huffman property is paid off and then transfer both of them. Because if we do start developing that property, I don't know whether the commission wants to use CRA funds for developing that property, or whether especially if it's going to be something like transferring moving the Safford House to that property or some other, something else like a park, that we would either use CRA funds or City of Tarpon Springs funds for that. So that decision has to be made, but at some point it could. And my preference would be, I think it provides a greater protection when it is moved back into the city of Tarpon Springs and titled by the city of Tarpon Springs, not the Community Redevelopment Agency.
Commissioner Penny had a comment.
Thank you. Ron, for our edification, as we discussed the promissory note and the mortgage docs, when we've done intergovernmental loans before with the golf course or the marina, have we ever done anything like that regarding a promise to pay back or anything?
No, there has been no official promissory note document.
And how do we memorialize it? Just through a resolution, we do this
Through what we're
transfer and
doing,
then
through
you
what
take
we're
care of
doing
paying it back?
tonight, and then making sure we budget for it every year, you
Mhm.
know, for those payments in those succeeding years.
And we trust you to pay it back.
It's out there as a liability, so yes, it has to be paid back.
Understood.
I think
Thank
that's
you. I was just
important.
curious because I know that we've done them. I mean, we do them every year all the time. I was just
Right.
curious if we've ever done anything
Right.
like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's important to note that the city does use the standard accounting procedures. And so it's booked as a liability on one end and an asset on the other, correct?
Correct. There'll be a $300,000 asset, you know, due from the CRA and the sanitation fund, and there'll be the offset as a liability in the CRA fund for 300,000.
It's reflected annually in the budget every year.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
We have a motion, but we haven't got the second. Anybody wants to second it?
Would you mind repeating the motion, Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Motion to authorize purchase of the Huffman property on Spring Bayou with the condition that upon advice of our city attorney, Tom Trask, if a promissory note or a mortgage is needed, that we would authorize to memorialize the loan between the city of Tarpon Springs and the Community Redevelopment Agency, that we would authorize the city manager to sign that agreement on behalf of the city.
Second.
We go to the public comments. If anyone has any comments, please come forward to the podium. State your name and your address for the record. Hear none. Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone online wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alhouzes?
Yes. Next is item number 4, CRA Resolution 2020-05, Budget Resolution Fiscal Year 2021. Staff report. Excuse me, City Attorney, if you please read the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is CRA Resolution 2020-05, a resolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2020-2021.
Thank you.
Mr. Herring.
Staff report.
Yes, Mayor, Commissioners, Budget Resolution 2020-05 is being brought before you to budget for the property purchase at the corner of West Tarpon Avenue and Spring Boulevard in the amount of $659,000, which includes a closing cost and includes the loan repayment in there too. So if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I have no questions. Need a motion for that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Public comments? Does anyone has any comments on that item? Ms. Manousis, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis? Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Chair Carr?
Yes.
Chair Alhouzes?
Yes. That concludes the agenda of the CRA. And do we have any staff comments? Chief?
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
City Attorney?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
City Manager?
No, sir.
Ms. Manousis?
No comment.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Carr?
Just a quick follow-up. City Manager, are we going to have another CRA meeting before the end of the year?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
One of the things we need to discuss is our structure, the railroad structure on Safford Avenue needs to come back, which will probably be the next meeting.
Okay, great.
And there may be a couple other small items.
Yeah, I know there's a handful of items that we talked about
Yes.
in our CRA kind of workshop meeting. So looking forward to talking about those. For
Yes, because of the
2021.
length of this meeting, that's why we kind of had to split them.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Terrapini? No comment. Commissioner Donovan?
No comments.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
City Manager LaCourse, was that the acorn lighting and the trees that you were talking about, or was that something else? I didn't quite catch that.
That
would
was
come-
the, I call it the railroad arm. We got some questions on. That's one of the things we're bringing back.
Okay, but the plan that, that I should be getting from,
And we may have that ready also.
for the next, for December timeframe, either the
Yeah,
8th or the
8th
15th.
or the 15th.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't have any comments. That concludes the CRA meeting, and it's adjourned at 7:08 PM. And now we're going to the regular session meeting. I'm calling to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, November 17, 2020 at 7:09 PM. Ms. Manousis, roll call, please.
Mayor Alahouzes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carr,
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Here.
Commissioner Donovan,
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Here.
Thank you. Tonight's invocation will be given by the city attorney, following by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Give us power to clearly discern right from wrong. Allow our words and actions to be governed thereby and by the laws of this land. We ask for your inspiration to strive in our endeavors to serve the public. We also ask that you direct us so that above all things, we will discharge our duties for the benefit of the people of Tarpon Springs whom we serve. Amen. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be advised that item number 10 of the agenda has been deferred to December 8th. So if anybody is waiting for this item, please, we'll come back on December the 8th. Thank you very much. Next is the public comments on the items that will not be discussed tonight. If anyone has any comments, please come forward to the podium, state your name and your address for the record, and you'll be given 4 minutes. But also I'd like to remind to everyone that public comments must be directed to the chair of the meeting, to be professional and also respectable to everybody here. If anyone has any comments, please come to the podium.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and City Management. My name is Dale Henderson, 12600 Automobile Boulevard in Clearwater, Florida. I wanted to take just a few moments and introduce myself this evening and Orion Waste Solutions. I am the General Manager of Orion Waste Solutions. I run our operating location located right here in Clearwater, as well as that is the location of our corporate office. Orion is a nimble, experienced, and full-service waste management, recycling, and environmental services company. At Orion, we all live, work, and play in the communities we serve, and we take pride in keeping them not only safe, but clean. Everything we do is inspired by our commitment to build something meaningful for future generations. We are founded on over 100 years of industry experience. Orion is redefining what it means to be a world-class regional waste management and recycling company. While Orion provides service to thousands of customers covering 7 states, my focus specifically is serving our customers right here in the greater Tampa Bay area. My team and I work collaboratively to craft customized, environmentally conscientious waste and recycling solutions that meet the needs of our commercial, municipal, residential, and industrial customers. By way of this evening's introduction, I would like to offer that myself and my entire Orion team are ready, willing to support local community efforts right here in Tarpon Springs that will further education, environmental sustainability, things like waste audits and specific project consulting. It's truly a pleasure to be in the business community here in the Tampa Bay area. And Orion is uniquely positioned to be a valued partner with all our customers and friends. I want to thank each of you for the opportunity this evening to introduce myself and Orion Waste Solutions and share a few words about myself and what we do at Orion. Mr. Mayor, with your permission this evening, I'd like to leave behind some information about our company and a few of my business cards. And hopefully, if there's anything we can do, like I said, from an education, sustainability standpoint, we'll be more than happy to partner with the city. And I'd like to extend that as things move forward throughout the years, we'd like to become a valued partner with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. If you please give it to the Fire Chief Young, please.
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
Panayoti Kuyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I would agree that both sides we got out of hand last time. I would ask that I make my presentation, that we're not giving any smart remarks back, and that way we can all be professional in presenting our cases. I will also ask my mother will be donating 2 minutes of her time, and I will begin now.
Would you please identify your mom, please, for the record?
Maria Kuyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue.
Thank you.
Folks, I can't be too animated in here. Their job is just to try to make me look bad, try to make me look like I'm a threat to society and their establishment. I first want to start off with the national election, and I want to be clear. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat in this city, we're all Tarponites together. We got to push our national political views to the side and work for a better Tarpon Springs. Now, leaders of the Black community have reached out to me requesting holiday decorations in Dorset Park. They would like a big Christmas tree like the sponge docks in the bayou and light poles decorations on Harrison Street. It's a focal point to their community and it would bring a festive holiday spirit to the park. I have attached the first copy of my transcripts as well as the transcripts that were submitted by Mrs. Manusos to the rest of the board. They are public information, but I will ask that these are presented in my presentation today and they are filed and scanned into the minutes for a public record. I also brought here the code enforcement whistleblower information that was published here in April 15th of 2020. Seems like the PBA attorney, she wanted to discredit my research as strangeness and opinion. Well, we have 32 counts of allegations from a money racket, picking on citizens with a lot of lying going on with one of the officers being Steve Gasson, and a lot of people are complicit to this event, from the city manager, from the chief of police. I mean, all the hours get billed to the attorney, so they make a lot of money picking on citizens in Tarpon Springs. So here's 75 pages, 32 complaints. I would ask scanned in for the record for public view as my presentation. We have right here, I spoke about last week in the 90s to 2000s about Operation Songbird. Well, I was able to do a little bit of research. I did contact the special agent who wrote this report, Ms. Sharon L. Fiola. I spoke to her several months back. She, I believe, is retired now, but after speaking to her, there is actually this 48-page is just the summary. This is not the full 200-page report. I've requested several times via email, public records to get the full 200-page report. It seems we do not have it. We do not have it in our system. I don't know what's going on. I think that's really important that we be reminded of things that may or may not have happened in the past. That way it doesn't create something like that in the future. And it will take about one of you are going to have to call, and it shouldn't come out of should come out of your guys' pocket, the city's money. It's going to take about 60 to 90 days to get the documents approved. And it's going to cost anywhere from $300 to have them all produced or filed, turned in electronically. I would like to see that done within 90 days, that the full report is in the Tarpon Springs Police Department internal coffers. Now, I want to talk about what happened at the last meeting and the retribution. Apparently, one of your very good friends, Jim Colianos, I saw you leaving with him. You hopped in his truck yesterday after the meeting was over. Is that correct? Believe so. Well, this man was, he's basically used as a political bully to try to scare people when people are trying to voice their concerns. He's a staunch supporter of the city manager as well as the mayor. And he seems to be a really close campaign advisor to David Banther. We had some citizens that came up here that were afraid to speak the truth because of retaliation and retribution from LaCourse and crew. And that ended up being the case for them. I was actually threatened outside by Mr. Jim Colianos along the lines of, we're watching you and you don't have a business license in Tarpon Springs. Bogus allegations. It's the God's honest truth, Mayor. So I sit there and ask, is this what you guys do? Is this just another version of, the Russian Bolsheviks or Nazi brown shirts coming to intimidate people because we speak the truth and how we move forward? And the PBA attorney was very rude and unprofessional at her time. She jumped up at me. If that was me taking a step towards anybody, I would have been thrown down in here as a threat to society. Let's be real. So I must be careful as I'm animated, as I'm moving around. And just the article that was written, my advice to you all is govern yourselves accordingly. People are watching. LaCourse told the commission he assigned Koshin to help complete various projects that have been delayed by the coronavirus pandemic. In a later interview, LaCourse declined to describe which projects Koshin would be working on. Well, you should have some information to back that up when you presented all this a little over a few weeks ago. And then you also stated there has never been any conversations about that at all. I would put my life on it that you guys have talked about this before. And I think you guys all lied to the people regarding it. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
God bless you all.
Please turn your papers to Fire Chief Young, if you would, please, on the way out.
I will.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak on this? We have none. Ms. Manousis, do we have anybody, have we received any email?
No emails, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online that are wishing to speak?
If anybody would like to speak from online, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. We are now going to the presentations. Item number 1, United States Army Corps briefing on Anclote River Dredge project. Staff report.
Mr. Robertson?
Commissioners, good evening. Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director. I'm pleased to be here tonight with an update on the Anclote River Dredge project, and for once it won't be given by me. Here tonight to give you that update and answer your questions are representatives from the United States Army Corps of Engineers. So let me introduce them. Eduardo Marin has been an engineer with the Corps for 12 years, and he currently works in the waterways section within the engineering division, where he mostly works on maintenance dredging projects, and he is the engineering technical lead for our project. And also to give the majority of the presentation is Shelley Trulock. She's a senior project manager with the Corps with over 28 years experience and has been with the Army Corps for more than 20 years She's worked on Everglades restoration effort and for the last 8 years has been a project manager on both coastal and O&M type dredging projects, which is what this one, ours is like. Shelley's favorite projects are the underdogs, which is what she kind of calls our type of project, a small project in the O&M world. And she is the project manager, as I said, for our project. So Mr. Jump has the slides queued up here. So Shelley, come on up.
I look frightened, you'll have to save me. Good evening. Shelley Trulock, Project Manager with the Corps of Engineers. First of all, I'd like to thank you for having me here tonight and for your hospitality. It's only my second or third time on this part of Florida, so anxious to meet everybody and to brief the project to you. And hopefully everybody can leave this evening with a better understanding and feeling pretty good about where we're going. It worked. Okay, the first slide I have up here for you today is just a quick map of what we're talking about for our O&M project, O&M being operation and maintenance dredging. Operation and maintenance dredging is like your yearly, your periodic dredging for a federal project. So it's accomplished with federal operation and maintenance funding. So you'll see in red are the cuts that are included within the current operation and maintenance dredging project for Anclote. You'll also see in green, that's our potential or what will be our temporary dredge material management area. You'll hear me refer to that probably as a DMMA as we go on through the presentation, but it's going to be a temporary storage facility built on an upland piece of land that our dredge material will be pumped into. Okay, just a quick summary of why I'm here today. I wish I was telling you that we were mobilized, dredging started, and things are going great. Unfortunately, that's not quite what happened, but we'll get there, so don't worry. First of all, we advertised the contract. We were thrilled to have 3 bidders. Unfortunately, our apparent low bidder withdrew his bid, maybe was not comfortable performing the work. We had 2 remaining bidders. Those 2 remaining bidders, their prices came in above our awardable range. And what that means is 25% higher than what the government estimate was prior to going out on the street. So we diligently tried to get additional funding to be able to open up discussions with those 2 bidders, but unfortunately we were not able to identify additional funding. So what that means is we had to punt and we had to start all over again. So our path forward. Everybody felt we had a pretty solid project. We had 2 different components. You had your construction of the temporary storage facility, and then you had your pretty standard, straightforward dredging project. For whatever reason, don't necessarily know why, bids came in high. Usually that's indicative of fear or uncertainty on some level of the scope. So what we did was we held 2 or 3 meetings. Bob was involved in both of those, our technical team, consultants, lots of smart people. And I was really hopeful that we might be able to identify an alternative path forward if the construction of the temporary facility is what was causing some unrest. Unfortunately, we really feel that the current scope as outlined is the way to go. So what that led us to is the need to tighten up our plans and specifications. And by that, I mean, as we went through the previous procurement process, we had bidder inquiries that came in. So questions from potential bidders. So the first thing that we're going to do, or Eduardo is actually doing now, is making sure all those questions have been answered adequately in the plans and the specifications. Things like, was there enough material on site at the temporary dredge material management area to construct the site? Or did the contractor need to bid in bringing some additional material in? So we just want to tighten it up, make sure that they realize there's plenty of material on site. We're getting a geotechnical boring or two just to verify that quantity, give the potential bidders a heightened awareness and maybe confidence in what they're building on. We're also getting a spot survey for our pipeline route just to verify some elevations because we have several utility crossings on the pipeline route. But basically just want to make sure that we tell the story a little more adequately, if that's the right word, and just make sure that we try to address their concerns up front. Something else we're doing is after we go out for bid, I'm going to hold a conference call before the site visit. After they had a chance to look at the plans and specs, then they're going to go to the site. They're going to see it with their own eyes. We're going to have a second conference call after they visited the site, and then they'll submit their bids to us. So I'm hoping that these different measures will at least get us at least 2 bids maybe within the awardable range, but we'll do everything we can to make sure that at the end of the day, we come up with a project that we can build successfully for Tarpon Springs. You probably could brief this as easily as I can, but I want to give you kind of a Cliff Notes version of our scope. So as I said, we have 2 different components. You have the dredge material management area. 35,000 cubic yards of material is required to build that facility. Think of it as kind of just an upland storage area with dikes. The material can be pumped into that site and stored temporarily. This dredge material management area is large enough for the estimated 25,000 cubic yards of material that we need to store in it, but it's also adequate in size for the material that's estimated to be in the turning basin that the city may pursue, after we've left the site. Construction for the DMMA is about 5 months. That allows them to get their construction equipment on site, complete the temporary facility, and then we're ready to start dredging. The operation and maintenance dredging is for the river dredging portion, so those inner cuts that I pointed out on the map. 25,000 cubic yards of material is anticipated to be within the federal channel currently. We will do a pre-dredge survey and a post-dredge survey, but we do have a little bit of wiggle room. If there's been some additional material move into the channel, we do have a means to address that as well. There's over 3,000 feet of pipeline that's needed to run from our dredge area to the dredge material management area. So just under a mile, just under a mile of pipe. So not a horrible amount of pipe, but still it's significant. We're going to use a cutter suction dredge. So if you can visualize this, it's like a grinding wheel, if you will, that's going to spin and dig up the material that's compact on the bottom. And then it's going to be sucked into the pipe, and then it'll be boosted up to the DMMA, the dredge material management area. So you're going to grind it up, goes into the pipe, makes its way, and then pumped into the DMMA itself. One thing that we're thinking about doing that has a little bit of a schedule implication is changing the method by which we procure this contract. The previous one was set up as an invitation for bid, meaning contractors, please give us your bid. And that's strictly low cost. So they give us a bid, low cost. As long as they're deemed capable of performing the work, they're awarded the contract. A different path that we may investigate is called a request for proposal. And what that does, it gives us the ability to set up a source selection and some specific criteria by which the contractors must meet in order to move forward with being deemed the low bidder. It also allows us to open up discussions. Contractor A, why did you think that it was going to cost X dollars per cubic yard instead of Y? It just gives you opportunity to have discussions with them. It's not as close hold of a process. So that's one item we're looking into. Our field personnel actually suggested that. So I'm going to speak with contracting about that in the next week or so. The duration for the O&M dredging is pretty fast. 25,000 cubic yards is not a large project, but you're probably talking about 1.5 months. And that's to get the pipeline assembled, that 3,000 feet of pipe, and get the dredge going and complete the dredging itself. As far as the schedule goes, Eduardo is working feverishly to get this ready to go back out on the street. We're hoping before the Christmas holiday. If we do that, we won't likely, we will definitely increase the time that bid package is out on the street because you're over the holidays. And if you have contractors with questions, we have to make sure there's adequate personnel in the office to address those questions. So instead of a 30-day procurement period, we might go to 45. Worst case, if we go out on the street in January, you're looking at mid-February to receive your bids. And then if we go the process of the request for a proposal where we can open up discussions with the contractor, that adds a little more time, usually 3 weeks or so. You're looking at an award of the contract absolutely no later than the middle of April. And that is worst case scenario. We are also going to re-synopsize this contract. And what a synopsis is, it kind of gives potential contractors a heads up. So get your pencil sharpened. This is coming back out on the street and get ready. So it's just kind of a heads up. It's a courtesy, just so they know there's another potential opportunity for their bid on this dredging project. Okay, so that's the current project. Like I said, we're moving forward. Hopefully in a couple of months, maybe I can come back and give you a great status report on that. There's another facet to this operation and maintenance dredging, and that is, we're just going to call it phase 2 for lack of a better term. But basically, this is the outer cuts. And I know it's been discussed previously. We have requested funding to do this. It was requested via the Corps of Engineers work plan. And this money is, have you heard of the funding pots? I don't know, when you listen to the news, they talk about the different government agencies and how they're funded. Well, we have funding pots for your deep draft harbors, your shallow draft, and so forth, all the different business lines for the Corps of Engineers. So this would fall into the shallow harbors, or shallow inlets. So we've requested funding, and our intention would be, because it hopefully will not be a large quantity, and we would like to bring a Corps of Engineer dredge down from Wilmington District. And they have the capability to, they dredge, it's like 2 little vacuums that go along. It's called a hopper dredge. Goes along the side of the dredge, sucks up the material, and then it puts it into this big basin it's made into the dredge itself. And then it has this capability to open up the doors on the bottom of the dredge and release the material. Pretty cool operation. The beauty of it is for these small projects where you don't have a lot of funding, you basically pay them on a daily basis. And so we bring them down, they dredge what we can, and then their disposal option would be like a near shore placement just outside of the surf zone. So that would require permit action and so forth. So we're going to start looking into that. Timeline for work plan funding, if it were to materialize, wouldn't be until March at the earliest. It's, I believe, don't quote me, but 45 days after our appropriations bill is passed, and we're under a continuing resolution through the middle of December. So March is probably the best likely scenario where we would get a yay or nay on the work plan funding. And then we can huddle up and make sure that we have the appropriate tools in place to carry that out. So that's our current project, our hopeful project, and then I'll open it up to any questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Strolick and Mr. Martin. I don't see him, but welcome and thank you for coming to Tarpon Springs to talk to us about a very, very important project to us. Maybe small to the Corps of Engineers, but it's very, very important.
They're the best ones.
Yes. I have, my first question will be, what will you be providing to make this project attractive in order to get higher quality bid responses, because the first go around was not successful.
Yes, sir. As I spoke to previously, we are trying to address, I believe we had 7 or 8 amendments to this contract. And what an amendment does is once you put a contract out on the street, if you have significant comments that could impact cost or time of the project, you'll amend the contract to make those clarifications. So we had 7 or 8 amendments worth of bidder inquiries. So the first thing that Eduardo is doing is making sure that our specifications do show those questions and the answers. So to make sure that that information's upfront. We are also getting some additional technical information like the additional geotechnical borings and also that survey to show the depth of utilities. I have a feeling that that also could have contributed to higher bids. Another thing that came to our attention was there was some confusion on the contractor's responsibility post dredging being completed, as far as what activities they were responsible for at the dredge material management site. So we'll be clarifying that, telling that story a little bit better for them. So really, it's just cleaning it up based on the questions we got. And then, like I said, I'm also going to hold an additional conference call with potential bidders, because the more they can ask me questions and Eduardo questions, the more clear we can be. And then I'm hoping we get their anxiety level down a little and their confidence level goes up. And then we're going to see bids in line with what our previous low bidder was, would be my hope.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I'd like to ask you first a question on phase 1 of the project, which is the intercuts and the turning basin that we got there. You have mentioned that we're going to need 3,000 feet of pipe to be installed. How is that going to be work out with the turning basin that it's so far away from the other section?
Can you take that?
Hello, Mayor. So if I understand your question correctly, is how is the pipeline going to be installed as it relates to the city's turning basin dredging?
Right, yes, sir.
It'll probably be best to use the same pipeline or at least the same route going, sorry, the same pipe. We would just have to potentially work out between, this is where it could be confusing because the government's contract would end once the intercuts are complete. If the city wants to continue using the facility to dredge the turning basin, we would have to work out those details because our contract will most likely have to remove that pipe unless we direct them to leave it in place.
Okay.
And that's something that we can definitely work.
So we'll be able to use up, the piping for the extended turning base as well, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's always been a concern about that. Let's go to the phase 2, which is the outcuts. Do you need to install new piping for that, or are you going to extend the old one?
It would be a whole separate effort.
Okay.
My hope is that if we were to get the work plan funding, the dredge that would come down, that's a Corps of Engineer dredge, that's ideal for smaller scope projects. It doesn't require all that pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
So basically it's self-contained, has, if you can imagine, 2 vacuum cleaners along the sides of the dredge, and it dredges, has some fixed pipe. The material goes into the basin inside the dredge itself, so it just holds it. And then it travels to a nearshore area that's been approved by FDEP. And then literally the bottom opens up and the material drops out of the bottom of the dredge. So it's very environmental friendly. It's a fairly fast operation, and it's ideal when you have a very fixed amount of money. And I'll write up a little task for them, and they pretty much go wherever we tell them to go.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to be asking you about funding, because I know that you came here to provide us technical information and procedure information, but you have mentioned that you will be requesting, or you already requested for funding for the outcuts, which is the second phase. We, as Tarpon Springs, how can we help you with that to make sure you get it? So we have no delays on that.
I'm sure the city has lobbyists that you work with.
Yeah. You're
Never-
looking at us, and the citizens, they're all lobbyists. We all working
It
together.
never hurts to give our colonel a call
Okay.
and tell him how important it is for the city.
Colonel Kelly,
Yes, sir.
I will.
Um,
Got his cell number.
And, there is a process, but we have submitted it. We have written up the justification, and now we have to kind of wait and see
Okay.
what happens.
When will be a good time to put pressure on them, make sure the fund is coming? Anytime?
Anytime.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have. Vice Mayor Carr.
Yeah, thanks for coming to check out Tarpon Springs and visiting us in person. This is something that's obviously super important to the residents and to the businesses of here in Tarpon Springs. So as long as you can hear that and echo that throughout the Army Corps of Engineers and wherever you go, that Tarpon Springs solely relies, or not solely, but relies on this heavily to making sure that our county, North County economics are really doing well with the river, working waterfront, et cetera. So I don't really have any questions other than one that focuses on the phase 2 that the mayor talked about a little bit more. The phase 2 that I'm looking at is probably like the best sand that we would be able to get out of the whole project is what my assumption is. Where I see potential beach locations on your slide here, it sounds like almost that it's going to create a spoil island when the boat or whatever it is goes and drops the sand somewhere close to shore. Am I understanding that correctly, or is that?
I wouldn't call it a spoil island. Typically, when I've done this previously, you get a certain polygon permitted through the FDEP. And usually they'll say you can place material between, discussion purposes, between 8 feet deep and 12 feet deep in between point A and point B.
Okay.
So they obviously like it to be closer to the shore, because although you're not seeing sand placed straight on the beach and seeing that with your own eyes, when you place it just outside that surf zone, Mother Nature gets it back on up onto the beach, but it may be at the toe of fill versus dry sand on the beach, but it's still building building the beach. So it doesn't really create an island. And typically what we would do is we would tell, if we end up going the route of utilizing a Corps of Engineer dredge, we would tell them specifically, okay, we want you to start here. Don't just go to one place and just keep dumping the sand till it builds up. You want them to spread it, and we'll have great control over that.
Okay. I just have a little concern about that specifically. That's an important part of the dredge though too. And I'm assuming it's probably going to be on the west side of the islands, because I don't think there's anywhere deep enough between 8 and 12 feet between the islands and the
And that was just
the
a sample
mainland.
depth,
So-
but yes.
Okay. Again, if there's any opportunity for the city of Tarpon Springs to utilize some of that for our beaches, I'll be happy about that too. So thank you.
Yeah, we will definitely explore all potential opportunities. Typically, when you start trying to place it on the beach, your cost goes up because you're mobilizing much larger equipment and you're mobilizing pipeline. And so your prices just keep going up. This is a way to do some pretty cool work and to get the material out of the channel, but keep the cost low. But I hear your point, and I will definitely work to minimize any impacts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Terrapin.
Thanks, Mayor. Shelley, thanks for your presentation. I'm glad you made it all the way down from Jacksonville. I'm disappointed to know that this is maybe your second time here to Tarpon Springs.
Yeah.
You got to get here more often.
I know.
We've got great restaurants, great places for you to stay. But no, in all seriousness, I appreciate your presentation. It was really, really informative. I wish we would have had it maybe sooner. And definitely good for our residents to see this at home. And also the maps kind of help people orient themselves a little bit with the subject areas to be dredged. I don't really have too many questions, although I do appreciate you coming. It's nice to know, and out of your mouth to know where we stand with the contractors. I wish you luck in trying to go out for RFP on this go around. I hope that you can alleviate some of the concerns of the contractors and get them to respond maybe a little bit more favorably. I am a little bit disappointed to know that, and I understand, timing is what it is, but basically with your timeline that you just laid out, if we don't award the bid until April, from April, then we still have 5 months to build the processing plan or whatever we're going to call it, the operation.
The dredge material management.
DMMA or DMMS, yeah. So I mean, essentially, we're still like around probably a year out from having a dredge river, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, one foot in front of the other. And then regarding the second or the phase 2, you mentioned that there's the core dredging equipment. Is that right? So, and you said that there's a cost per day, right? So do you have any idea what that cost per day is?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I can tell you basically what it pays for is fuel, personnel cost, their travel, their lodging, dockage, and things like that. So it's basically a true cost of what it takes to accomplish dredging for the day. If I have X dollars and I can dredge 50,000 cubic yards with that money, then they just stay until they're done.
Then it's a matter of priority for that piece of equipment, right? Let's say the municipality, a given municipality or government or whatever, had unlimited funds. And we said, hey, we're going to pay for it. We're not going to ask anybody for any money. And that's why I asked the cost per day. But how do you allocate the time for the machine and the staff and everything like that? I mean, is that just a matter of, hey, Shelley, we need this equipment and we've got all the money to pay for it? Or
Well, typically what happens is I have a really good relationship with the person who schedules the 2 dredges up in Wilmington. And I'm surprised I haven't heard from him yet, to be honest with you, but usually I'll get the phone call, hey, are you going to need us anywhere? And so then I'll typically coordinate with other project managers so we could share the cost of bringing the dredge down to Florida. So if I need it all the way around here at Tarpon Springs, and let's say Ponce Inlet in Volusia County, they could use a little dredging too, then we can work a deal and
catch
share
them on the backside then?
and share the cost of mobilizing.
First.
So,
good.
yeah, so we have ways to try to minimize the cost. And once we find out if and when and how much money we would, receive in the work plan, then we'll start doing the backwards math and figure out how much material we can get out of the channel. And then we'll start prioritizing to get that material.
And then you gave an explanation on pretty much how the piece of equipment works, which is really interesting. But how many cubic yards does the machine hold before it has to make a dump run?
I believe the Curry Tuck, which is the older of the 2 core dredges, I believe it holds 300 cubic yards per load.
Wow.
And the Murden holds 500. So it's significant.
Yeah, it's a pretty good amount, right? Great.
Please.
So do we have an estimate on phase 2 in terms of cubic yards?
Honestly, I can't speak to that for sure. I would need to go back and take a look at the last survey done, but I don't want to mislead you.
No problem. Sounds like you've got it pretty much under control. I'm disappointed we didn't get somebody to bite on the first go round, but that's nobody's fault. So hopefully you have better luck. And the mayor asked a great question, which is what can we do for you? So if there's anything that we can do to help facilitate this process even more, please just stay in touch with us.
I will.
We've got a
Thank
great
you.
resource in Bob, so he does well by the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Coach Donovan?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much for being here. Really glad to get you here. Wish without COVID we could have been better hosts, maybe taking you actually out there, but it is what it is. Glad to have you here now. I did have a few questions. If you could, I missed the name of the second type of call for bids that you do, where it opens up the line for discussion. What is that?
It's a request for proposal.
Okay, and I guess what's the logic of not just doing that? Because when you described it, it sounded like a much better method.
The only downfall is you add a couple, 3 weeks, because you do have to convene your source selection. There's some work that Eduardo would do up front to identify means to evaluate the potential contractor's bids. And then if there are clarifications that we would like made, we would come up with questions that we can ask the contractors and actually open up discussions. The previous method doesn't allow that. It's a sealed bid. It is what it is. It's low bid and you move forward. So
Okay.
it has a little more opportunity.
And I guess just based on your knowledge of it so far, what makes our project so, wary of other people to bid on it? What part of the scope of it is scaring people off?
This is me talking based on 12 years dredging experience. I think a lot of it is you might have contractor A who's an awesome dredger. I mean, he just kills it. Every project that he dredges, he just does a great job. But he's not too good at earthwork. But then you might have contractor B who he can build detention ponds and any type of dike structure. He just does fantastic, but he doesn't know a lot about dredging. So you have a project that combines two very different activities. And I think that maybe their uneasiness just is the reason we got higher bids, and maybe some uncertainty on what their responsibilities were after the fact.
Okay, and I guess worst case scenario, what happens if the bids come back too high again? Or if, we're unable to get any at all?
I don't want to think about that. The first thing I would try to do is find some additional funding. If it falls within 25% over the government estimate, and if I can't get funding, I don't know what that answer is, sir.
Okay. This has just been years in the making, so
I
I'm
know.
skeptical of any timelines that we throw out there. And then I guess this is pretty similar to the mayor's question, but just what more can we be doing from a city's perspective to not be seen as that underdog? We had the economic study done. I mean, there's hundreds of millions of dollars of marine commerce and tourism money at stake here. What more can we be doing?
I really think you're doing everything right. You've expressed the need, you've done studies on your own, you've helped the Corps of Engineers develop the criteria and the information to put in for the budget packages. So really, it's not something that makes Tarpon Springs or Anclote unique. These smaller inlets just have a little bit more uphill battle sometimes, and doesn't mean they're less important. It's just money doesn't come as easily as it would to your Tampas or your Miamis, your Port Everglades. But no, I think we have a great partnership with the city and very responsive, and anything we've ever needed, we've gotten to meet deadlines for submitting requests for funding and so forth. So I think you've done it all right, honestly.
Okay. Well, thank you again for being here. And my last ask would just be that you either shoot an email out there, or if you have business cards tonight, just get your contact info to the board.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Commissioner Viticotis.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome, everybody, to Tarpon Springs. I do have some questions. But my questions are going to be based on just an objective of getting an awardable contract, something that you can accept. I have listened to a bunch of people in the community and what their concerns were, also some experienced dredge contractors as well. And I think the response to your invitation to bid last time was probably uncertainty. That was problematic. I have a question. In the original invitation to bid, there was, I think it was a pay item for 40,000 cubic yards for the DMMA. And now I think the latest, and I think it's in your presentation here, and I think Mr. Robertson shared this information a few weeks ago, that you'll be utilizing 35,000 cubic yards in situ on the site for construction of the DMMA. And I mean, just, I'm real familiar with that site. I know you're going to have to excavate down. And don't take this the wrong way, but who told you there was 35,000 cubic yards on the site?
It was based on geotechnical information and surveys that were performed to determine the quantity.
And how far down are you going to have to excavate?
The 35,000 cubic yards was based on topographic surveying. We used just earthwork modeling to figure out the minimum amount of excavation depth to equate to the amount of cubic yards needed. And what we found was we would have to go to approximately elevation -1 NAVD88, or just basically a foot below zero, to get to the quantities that we need.
So you're going to basically dig down 1 foot?
Well, current elevation out there is around 10 to 11.
So
So
you're
we're
going to
thinking
go,
about 10 to
you're going
12
to take
feet.
it down 10 feet down?
Correct.
All right. Is there going to be any kind of a local basin that you create? The reason why I ask, if we're talking about starting the project in April, we'll be hitting the rainy season when about the same time they'll be doing all this excavation.
Sure. The groundwater is roughly around that elevation, around 0 to 1. So you're always going to have natural groundwater inflowing, and that's very common when we build these facilities, because we're creating borrow on site as opposed to importing fill to reduce cost. So you're always going to have groundwater no matter where you are really in Florida. And that's just part of the construction process. It doesn't affect it. It's just something that contractors have to deal with. And most contractors who are good earthwork contractors are
Right.
very knowledgeable.
Yeah, don't take me the wrong way. I don't mean to imply, this isn't the first time you've done this, so I understand that. But you've taken this approach as well at other sites where you've excavated down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the DEP permit is going to have to be modified for this approach as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, I know they were a little sensitive to affecting the groundwater, and it's a very detailed permit. And that's okay with me if you don't have to. I don't like dealing with them either, but.
Yeah, we have all permits needed to
okay.
move out.
Number 3, the project length, I think it was 360 days that you estimated the last time. You didn't mention it this time. So from April till when would we expect completion?
So if we have a month to mobilize equipment for the DMMA, that's your earthwork equipment. 5 months to complete, that's 6 months. In another month and a half, 7.5 months.
A year, 2020,
That's
end of
very
2021?
reasonable. Yes, sir.
Okay. That's just for the federal channel, and then the extended turning basin work would be added to that, I would assume. Okay. On that note, with the extended turning basin, I have a question here. I took a note, and the one question, I think there was a statement said that the contract ends with the turning basin dredge in terms of beginning the extended turning basin. But in the invitation to bid, the contract had ended once the site was restored. Are we shifting responsibility now for restoring the site from the contractor to the city?
So it's my understanding that it was never to be the responsibility of the contractor to degrade that temporary facility, because the city wants to come in after the federal project's completed and do the dredging within the basin and utilize that same DMMA, dredge material management area. I can't keep a federal contractor on the hook to not accomplish what's required of him for the federal project while the city does their dredging. So once the dredging of the federal channel is complete, his responsibilities will be fulfilled.
Okay.
And then the city could come in and do what they would like to do with utilization of that facility.
And have you, let me circle back to the DEP permit. I would hope that you've read that in detail, because the DEP permit requires the contractor to restore it. And that was one of the hiccups on the part of the potential respondents, that they felt that they were losing control of the project with the city of Tarpon Springs involved with relocating the spoil material off-site.
Right.
And then if something went wrong with them, they would not get their final payment until that work was completed. And then they had this 360-day time limit for that project as well. So the only thing I'm going to ask is for you to read that in detail and make sure that, it would be a simple amendment to correct that. But that's something that created a problem. As you know, these dredge contractors go through things with a fine-tooth comb as well. And they also look for things that they can make more money through change orders that weren't covered. The south end of Anclote Key, I know you said that you could maybe start as early as March, but when would be the latest that, just from a guesstimate sort of thing, that we should expect? Or is
So
there some chance that it doesn't happen at all?
Right. So worst case, if we awarded mid-April that I spoke to, and then it took the contractor a month to get mobilized, you'd be into the middle to end of May. I would not see it starting any later than that, as long as we get viable bids.
But the funding would be available in March, do you expect,
Oh, yes, sir.
for this additional dredging?
For the phase that's the federal channel.
I'm talking about phase 2.
Oh, I can't speak to that would not be the same contract.
Right, no, I understand that. That would be your in-house dredge facilities, as you showed on the slide.
So it could be.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought you said that.
I think I misunderstood you, so I apologize.
Okay.
If, it's a big if, the work plan funding was identified and phase 2 was fortunate enough to receive it, and let's say we got it, and say we were told in March, I could easily have the core dredge there in probably fourth quarter, July, August, September timeframe. I would need to coordinate with them and make sure they haven't been pulled away to some other emergency. But as soon as we got confirmation of funding, then I would start the wheels moving on that one.
The two biggest concerns I have is the turning basin. And if you look at the latest surveys that you took, you'll actually see that the turning basin has literally been cut in half. And it's completely unusable for some of our larger commercial craft, shrimp boats, fishing boats, et cetera. That's the number one. Number two is that area south of Anclote Key. And if you haven't been out since Ada, I was out there Sunday, and I was literally taken back by the change in landscape out there, especially at the south end of the island. And I do know that you're looking at changing the cuts from what was originally laid out to something new, taking it further south before you head back west again. How does that all work in with this funding and the procedural aspect with relocating and getting approval of these new cuts and that sort of thing? I mean, I'll be honest with you, I understand and you're here to help us, but I've got a lot of experience in this in the past, and I just don't see the end of the light at the end of the tunnel on this part of the project that you're talking about. And I know that is extremely important to our larger craft, and is really from the standpoint, and even the boat builders that we have. Mr. Duckworth is here in the audience, Duckworth Boat Building. And that it just is going to cut us off. And that's when you've heard the stories of our shrimp boats just passing by Tarpon Springs and going further south to Fort Myers, et cetera. So how is that all going to be dealt with? And I want to say, do you need our help? You don't need our help, because it's much more complicated than anything we could do to help you with. But that's the biggest concern that we have, and keeping us informed of what's going on. So realistically, if you go out there and your survey boat decides that this is not going to work as it's laid out, we need to change the cuts. And I do know that cut to the south, if you get, I know it's going to be, I think now it's changed to, it's 9 with a 1 foot under dredge. And I doubt that you have that there either. I know you may be able to come close to it, but I don't think you have it. And how, I mean, realistically, what are we looking at? I mean, is this something that's even feasible in my lifetime, I guess is what I'm getting at, to be done?
So first thing that Eduardo and I need to do is go back and take a look at the most up-to-date survey and see how it does look east of there, where we're talking about possibly realigning the channel. If it looks favorable, then what we would do is do a quick evaluation on what would happen if we did realign the channel. And it's not a hard process. It's a documentation of the impacts. And typically, if it's not a hard thing to do when you can show a cost savings in future dredging. I've done this before up in Nassau County, Fernandina area. And so it is possible, and it's a great thing to do because it sets everybody up to succeed later on. So even if it does need dredging later, maybe it's not as large of a burden from a financial situation, and then we can get the money easier. But it's really just evaluate the survey again. We have to look at if there's any resources, grasses, hard grounds, which I don't think there are right there. And then just look at the deep water and see what we can do as far as just realigning it. We coordinate with the Coast Guard, do things like that. But it's really just a process that we have to go through.
Worst case, to complete everything, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
1 year.
1 year. I like dates and I hold people to it. So.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
It's
all right.
basically a paperwork drill that I have to do with help of my lead engineer and get some smart people taking a look at it and see what the potential impacts are. And then just propose that up to our division office in Atlanta.
Okay, I'm very happy to hear that. It makes me feel a lot better. Was it. I think the major change for the city, like I said, this isn't your first project. I think, if you think you can, you will. I know that. And I think the biggest change for us is although it was not intended, we wind up picking up the responsibility of restoring the site to its original condition, including taking it back up to that elevation, the original elevation as well, which I think that's going to be an additional cost on our part in addition to relocating the material offsite, which that's something that we probably need to get a better estimate on as far as cost for ourselves as well at some point in the near future. I think I want to make sure I've got everything. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Trulick, I'd just like to say that I'm very glad that Mr. Robinson will be on the project delivery team. So we have a person that we have the daily information. So we're now going to the public comments on this item. If anyone,
Mayor, point of order on that.
what is it?
I don't know if any of our residents do have questions, but I know sometimes we don't answer their questions. But if they do have questions, if we could extend the courtesy of have the questions answered.
I will have everybody to make the comments and then Ms. Trulick can answer questions.
Okay.
Answer those. Do we have anyone on the audience who would like to speak on this item?
My name is Julie Russell. I'm the owner of Rusty Belly's restaurant, fish house, boatyard. We have shrimp boats. One of my questions is if your bids are too high at this point, has there been any thought to separating and making it 2 bids, one to do the spoil site, one to do the dredge. You know, it's been 20 plus years since this river's been dredged. And it hasn't been that long ago that we had, at my facility alone, 15 shrimp boats. We are now down to 1. We have a boat builder who does amazing boat buildings. We have several fish houses, but we are so limited. And we just had another close call, potential hurricane come through, and we are a federal channel. And it is so important to our community, not only to us as a fishing industry, but our tourism, that we need this help. You know, I can see that our fishermen, our tugboat operators, they risk their lives to go out to bring us a product back and to keep our community unique as Tarpon Springs is. And it seems to me, I feel like, yes, it's going to get done, but we started this project in 2018, was it not? Maybe late 17. And as the years go past, we're losing more and more of the ability to keep this type of operation in our community. And I think it's really important that, you know, we try to find whatever way possible to eliminate the paperwork and the policies that have to be to get this small dredge taken care of. The turn basin we've talked about for as long as I've been here, and that's over 50 years. And it really needs to be done. I just saw a shrimp boat come in just a few days ago and tried to make the turn at 50. And I watched and I videoed. It took him almost an hour to make a turn. Now, had the turn basin been up and operating, he would have been able to go down there, turn around and operate his boat. No wonder nobody wants to come into our channel. Yeah. So, you know, that's my stay on it. I feel confident that it will get done, but, you know, I think that with COVID and many other things that are going on, that our community is losing a little bit more and a little bit more. And I think this is, you know, this needs to be on the forefront. Thank you.
Athena Tardulius, 634 East Orange. I'm glad you're here. I'm speaking tonight for Andrew Speedy Tostenson. Unfortunately, he was unable to be here. He's out at sea with 2 of his boats. He is extremely concerned with the turn basin, as you know. He has larger vessels, several, and he's one of the few big shrimp contractors that has remained. And if we don't get this done, he will be forced to leave. There are other communities that are courting him, and we don't want to lose him. He loves the community. He and his wife built a home here. So that and the same area that Mr. Duckworth is concerned with, that outer cut entrance to the channel, those are critical for him to be able to continue. I know Bob knows all this, but Julie said it best, but he did want me to specifically mention this to our mayor and commission, that he really is quite concerned, and every month that goes by makes it more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Are there any other public comments? Ms. Menezes, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to speak?
If anyone on Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand, sir. I'll allow them in.
Thank you.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello?
Yes, sir. If you could state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Pete, Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Florida. We know how critical this project is. As Julie just spoke to you, what we're going through, this requires immediate attention. Later in the meeting, you're going to talk about shuffling money out of the sanitation fund and out of the reserves to buy a piece of property, yet this project has been going on for years. Why can't you find the money for this project? If we have to put some money in out of reserves to meet the bid, let's do it. This has been going on too long. We're desperately needing to support our fishery and seafood and this industry that based on the waterfront of what our lifeblood is. So get off your butts, find some money in reserves or some other place, borrowing it at wherever you're going to wiggle it from, but it needs to be done. The people in Tarpon Springs depend on the waterfront. Even the restaurants and the tourist people come. They want to see the boats. They want to see the sponges. They want to see the fish hanging out at the fish dock. That don't happen, the people don't come. There's a whole ramification all through the city in this regard. So find the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jim, do you have anybody else?
If anyone else would like to speak, please raise your hand. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Trulick, would you like to answer the comments or questions for we just got from the public?
Sure. With regard to Julie, was that right?
Yes.
Julie's question. Unfortunately, the reason we cannot separate those elements out, and that's really a great point to bring up, and thank you for doing so, is they're not really considered to be separable elements. And by that, I mean, I can't dredge if I have nowhere to put the material. And I can't build a site just because. So typically the Corps of Engineers relies on the local sponsor to provide the lands for disposal. That's just the way it is for the federal government. We don't go out acquiring lands for this kind of stuff. So in this case, it's special. And I consider it, we're very fortunate to be able to build this temporary facility like we did back in 1999 as well. Same process. So we really just have to go with the scope we have. We got to keep those tied together. We have one lump sum of money to do so. And that's why we're working so hard right now to try to really narrow in these plans and specs and make sure that we're addressing as many of those concerns as we can so that we keep their confidence level to where we'll see some really good bids. I really feel good about this at this point in time because I know the level of effort the engineering's put into it. Bob's been great providing additional information. So really, I think we've done all we can. If we had another way to dispose of the material that wasn't even more costly, then we could do that. Truck hauling it away, using geotextile tubes. But you start running the cost on those kind of things and it's even more expensive than the temporary facility. So I think we just need to really do our due diligence. And if we need another week or two after the December 15th date that we're shooting for, middle of December, to get this back out on the street, then I'll do that. If that means tightening things up enough to get a better bid. But that's a really good point. And if funding wasn't the way it is, then yeah, that might be an avenue we could pursue. But right now, I think the smartest path is to hold our current path forward and just work on those plans and specs some more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shirley, again, I want to thank you for coming to Tarpon Springs to talk to us about this important project to us.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Ms. Trulock, where Ms. Russell was coming from 22 years ago when we did this, we had to build our own disposal site. We were responsible for it. And so I think that's where Ms. Russell is coming from on this. And as I understood from, I believe it was Mr. Robertson, the rules have changed on that. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that.
In other words, we were as local sponsors, we were required to provide the disposal pond 22 years ago. We got funding for that from Pinellas County, and they paid for the construction. The U.S. Army Corps did the design on it, but that was contracted out by Pinellas County. They paid for it, constructed it, and so the dredging was actually through a line item in the congressional budget, which is pork barrel, which is, we couldn't do that anymore this time anyway. So I guess back to her question, what you're saying is you can't do that, but could we do it if we wanted to? Getting back to what Mr. Delacus was saying as far as the cost and everything.
Right. I mean, there's nothing stopping the city or the county if they wanted to pursue that means. There's
Okay, that would be taken out of your contract, and maybe we can wait and see to see what happens, but I think that's what Mrs. Russell was
right.
getting at.
So I can't advertise a project for dredging if I don't have anywhere already to put the material.
Right, I understand.
So
Yeah.
if the county or the city or whomever wanted to move forward ahead of the federal O&M dredging project and construct that facility, by all means, I have no issue with that.
On that, I know your design called for bringing the material on, and now the excavating down to get the material. Is the design that you had in the original invitation to bid, is that still going to be applicable?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That, I think from my perspective, maybe we should wait until this next round, and then we can go from there if we don't get any bids. And the second thing was with regard to, you don't have a cost for phase 2. I think that's what you said.
Yes, sir.
And at some point you may have a cost for phase 2. Is that correct? Once you do these and look at these additional surveys to see what you are going to do as far as the routing I'd like to request Mrs. Trulock to provide us that cost estimate as soon as it's possible, especially if there's going to be issues with funding on that, because I see that, as I stated earlier, that is going to be the one of the two more critical parts of this dredge project. And it's been bifurcated right now, and it's really been taken out of our control, out of our hands for any type of funding and pursuit or anything. We're really relying solely on the Army Corps and to do that. And if there is some way of if you come back and say, well, this is the cost estimate and it's going to be problematic to get it done, we won't be able to get it done for, I know you said 1 year, but that'd be great. But if it doesn't, I think we need to kind of pick up on Mr. Delacus's comments and have a discussion on that ourselves as far as what the cost would be and maybe funding it through our reserves. I just think it's that critical from the city's economy, and we shouldn't ignore that possibility. Thank you. Would you be able to do that for us?
Yeah, so what we can do is, I think there's two components to your question. The first thing we need to do is take a look and see, is it viable to shift the alignment of the channel to help us find some deeper water and in turn minimize future dredging. Now, it may take a little dredging right now, but maybe it won't be as problematic to you in the future. So if we can do that, we'll look at that, and then we can estimate how much material that would cause us to need to dredge. And then I could put together a rough order of magnitude cost for you on that. Ideally, all this plays in parallel when about if and when the work plan funding does materialize for us. And then if Eduardo and I go back and we're like, oh, I just don't really think we can realign this, then we need to figure out what we can do.
Were you talking about perhaps the February, March timeframe for those numbers?
Right.
Okay.
I don't want to tie him up too much because I'm trying to
No,
get
I
those plans and
understand,
specs on the street. But once we're out on the street, I think he and I both will have a little extra time to take a look at that. And I will look at the survey when I get back to Jacksonville and just see if it looks like it's viable or not. And I can always send a survey boat out and take a few more.
I know Ada's had a major impact out there. Okay.
Yeah. So let's do that. Let's do a little phased approach. We'll take a look and see if we can possibly realign. And then I'll coordinate with division and make sure that they're on board with that theory. And then we can start looking at how much dredging would be needed. And I know when the work plan was developed, and I can't even speak to the number that's
I
in there
understand,
right
yeah.
now, but I know there was some methodology by which that was developed. So I'll go back through some notes and see what I can find out. But we'll look at the possible realignment first and then see how that relates to the quantity. And then hopefully, if we're fortunate enough and the work plan comes to fruition for us, then we can move out with all that kind of in parallel.
Okay.
Fair enough?
That's fair enough.
Okay.
I just, once we have the information, if we don't have information, we can't do anything about it. But if
Absolutely.
we have information, we can at least discuss it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Thank you.
Sure. Again, thank you. When you think you'll be able to come back and give us an update again? And you know our hospitality is great here in Tarpon Springs.
I know. Let's see. So let's say we go back out on the street in January, worst case, February. Plan on March?
In March?
March, April?
Okay.
I'd rather come back once I can tell you great news,
Okay,
that we had great bids and we're moving forward. That would be awesome.
thank you. And we're going to stay in touch.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Mr. Martin, too. The next presentation is on the Seawall Master Plan. Staff report.
Mark? Should I go? All right. Looking for the cue from the boss. Well, good evening again. Bob Robertson, Project Administration Department Director, and I'm pleased to be speaking tonight to introduce you to a proposed Seawall Master Plan. I'm going to have our engineer give you a detailed but brief 10-minute presentation, but let me give you the executive summary to help kind of frame his presentation for you a little bit. We began this process by first identifying city-owned seawalls, and our info on this was a little bit light, so our engineer had to do an exhaustive analysis of property records, deeds, and titles, and created a list of 19 seawall segments for which the city is responsible. The condition of each was assessed, and a list of needs was prepared. Repair costs were prepared, or estimates, and a master plan was created to conduct those repairs, totaling about $2.9 million worth of replacement work. But the question with things like this is, are repairs enough? Do we need to be thinking ahead to address sea level rise? And to help answer that question, we analyzed the cost of raising the elevation of these seawalls and accounting for the other related costs when you do that, such as raising roadways, sidewalks, and any utilities that might be affected by doing so. And it's a big number. The cost of this effort exceeds $10 million. So there's a lot to discuss here. Lastly, the city manager and I discussed, and we understand that this is a lot to digest in one meeting. And so the purpose of tonight's presentation is to introduce the proposed plan to you all and the public as a beginning of the discussion. There are many things to consider, such as whether there is agreement on the priority list that we created, how we intend to approach modifying public seawall elevations versus private seawall elevations and the considerations therein, and then the funding of all this seawall work. So with all that in mind, let me introduce our design engineer, Doug Stoker from Cardno. Doug leads the infrastructure engineering efforts of Cardno's Pinellas County office. Doug's a PE with a master's degree in structural engineering and has nearly 30 years of consulting engineering experience. Doug has extensive retaining wall and marine structures experience and recently assisted the city with renovations of the municipal marina. In addition to his engineering experience, Doug's an envisioned sustainability professional with a strong background in resiliency, and he's currently revising the seawall portion of the City of Treasure Island Code of Ordinances to better accommodate sea level rise. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Doug, and I think Mr. Jump's got the slides queued up for the presentation. Doug.
Well, thank you, Bob, and good evening. So as Bob mentioned, the first step was to establish a list of city-owned seawalls. We came up with 19 locations within the city-owned right-of-way that there were seawalls that needed to be investigated. We did an in-depth investigation and on-site review of all of those locations, identified deficiencies, and determined condition assessment. That can be seen in this table. We saw seawalls ranging from a very good condition to very poor condition and failing. You can see the red on the chart is the worst seawalls that need to be repaired and replaced, in this case, immediately, and green is very good condition, and the yellow kind of blends in between. Just the repair and replacement of these elements without sea level rise consideration is about $2.9 million. So we gave some recommendations here in this chart, broadcasting those repairs and replacements over time. We did it over 10, 11 years, but that can obviously be stretched out longer. Some of the seawalls need immediate attention, and we're recommending those be done this year and next. And then some can push out in the future. So as Bob mentioned, we want to consider sea level rise. And why do we want to do that? Because we're designing seawalls that should last 50 to 75 years. And so we know that in the last 75 years, the sea level has risen in the Tampa Bay area about 8 inches. And the predictions are that sea level will rise approximately 2 more feet over the next 50 years. So that's the approximate life cycle of these walls. The city does have a sustainability committee, and they are developing an action plan. And obviously, any component of this seawall master plan must work together with the city's other activities. So what we're going to address here is a number of things that sea level rise can do to city facilities, but the flooding of public infrastructure is certainly the biggest concern. And you're familiar with these scenes throughout the city. We call this blue sky flooding, even though there were some light rains on this day, where high tides during certain parts of the year come up through the stormwater systems, come over seawalls, and flood the public infrastructure. So we want to address this, and this is only going to get worse. You can imagine if this is 2 feet higher in the future, there's going to be a lot of problems. This is Craig Park on a particularly high summer tide, where it is already inundating the seawall at a 3.3 high tide. And again, we're going to add 2 feet to that. So what can we do as we look at the seawalls? A typical seawall would have obviously a seawall, a cap, and a galvanized anchor rod. And just to make it a little easier to see, you can see in red there you have the cap. In blue you have the galvanized anchor rod, and it comes off of the cap. And you have the ground that ties in approximately to the top of the cap. What we can do to accommodate sea level rise, we want to think of the interim condition and the ultimate condition. So let's think about Hope Street seawall, which is right there along the sponge docks. We can't go in today and raise the entire sponge docks 2 feet high. We need to replace the seawall. So we want to design a seawall that can be functional today in the interim condition, but also function in the ultimate condition. So what we've done is we've designed a wall that has a taller cap. So if I go to the next view, you can see the cap in red is now larger. We have the same tieback rod, but now it is at the bottom of the cap. It's not extending through the existing ground today. So when I go back and I put a future ground elevation of, say, 5 feet, the seawall can handle it. So my point here is that the seawall is designed to function today, and it's also designed to function tomorrow, or 20 years from now, or 30 years from now. So in evaluating the cost of replacing walls for sea level rise, we obviously have professional services and permitting costs. We have the wall costs themselves to do the replacement, but we also have ancillary costs. And this table hopes to just pick a little bit of that. And those ancillary costs are the cost to lift the adjacent roadway, the adjacent parking lot. In the marina, the case, if you pull the wall up, you've got to raise the parking lot, or it doesn't really help you too much. So those costs can be significant. And again, part of a bigger plan. Here's just an example, so that you can wrap your head around what that table says. Is just to repair, this is one of the walls, it's wall number 9, just to repair this wall to get as much life out of it as we can in its current condition would be approximately $16,000. That buys us a certain amount of time. But then when we come in and we replace it for sea level rise, we're going to lift it approximately 2 feet. But then again, part of the much larger city effort for sustainability, the adjacent section of roadway would have to be replaced. Now, obviously, it doesn't do anybody any good to replace 47 feet of roadway, but it would be part of a much bigger project. But we applied that ancillary cost to the seawall replacement, just to give you an order of magnitude. And again, the same exercise. We took those repair costs that would hopefully get as much life out of the walls that we can, as well as the replacement seen here in blue. Those are the replacements that would be done, and again, lifted higher for sea level rise. And we stretched this out over 20 or so years just as a guideline, just a recommendation, but we can obviously work with the city based upon funding and availability of funds. It should be noted that you can see here grayed out, there are 6 seawalls that are associated with 3 bridges, 1 on each end. We did not plan on replacing those walls because those will be replaced when the bridges are replaced. So we do have repair dollars in here, but we don't have replacement for sea level rise. Obviously, that would be considered as the bridge is replaced. So here's just a quick summary table just to show you what the cost would be for repair and replacement without sea level rise, and the cost associated with repair and replacement considering sea level rise. And then finally, again, the numbers that we talked about, repair and rehabilitation only without any consideration for pending sea level rise is about $2.9 million. And as Bob mentioned, if we bring in the cost of raising those walls and the ancillary costs, you're talking about more like $10 million. And if you throw in the walls associated with the bridges, you're about $10.5 million. So that is sea level rise and seawalls in Tarpon Springs in a nutshell. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stoker. Thank you for the presentation. As you pointed out, we have many seawalls that need to be repaired. And you did 2 evaluations, one to do repair or replace the seawalls with the existing elevation. And as you know, in Tarpon Springs, we have many areas with the low elevation. And the second evaluation you made, it was with calculations with the sea level rise. I am concerned with that, knowing that we have so many areas that are flooding. One of my concern is we have city properties with the seawall is there. As an example, the sponge docks. Next to that, you have private. How can you fix the city-owned seawall and not the private? So how can we get the private seawalls to be fixed at the same time? How can we get them to do that?
That is a great question, and a question that many cities around the state of Florida are dealing with right now. And the answer that many of those cities, say Fort Lauderdale, for example, have come up with is to rewrite their code to state that when a privately owned seawall is replaced, that it has a minimum elevation. So say the city of Tarpon Springs set elevation 5 as that minimum elevation. When the adjacent seawalls, the seawalls adjacent to the city-owned seawalls need to be either substantially repaired, and there's definitions in Fort Lauderdale's code about that, or replaced, that triggers the mechanism that says now they have to be replaced at a certain elevation. So you have to take into consideration the ground floor elevation of adjacent properties, and there's more to it. It's not that simplistic, but that's the concept, is that the code then tells folks that are doing substantial repairs or replacing their seawalls, that they must raise it to that minimum elevation that allows that curtain to be put in place. Because yes, you're right. If you just raise 50 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, and you don't raise it all, it doesn't help you.
Explain to us the seawalls that need to be replaced in order with the sea level calculations. How high do you have to go to accommodate that?
Well, for the
Is
most
some
part,
kind
what
of a
we-
certain height that you have to go to?
for the most part, what we've looked at, and that's kind of why I put the elevation of 3.3 in there. That was just a particularly bad high tide that showed inundation, and there was inundation throughout the city on that particular day with a high tide. And if you look at the chart that NOAA actually does a pretty in-depth calculation. They have a low, an intermediate, and a high, okay? So most people on that chart right there will go by the intermediate range. And again, if you consider that that chart was built in the year 2000, and since the year 2000, there's been 4 or 5 inches of sea level rise, or maybe 4. They predict in the next 50 years, 2.33 feet. So a little subtraction, you say we're going to add about 2 feet of sea level rise. So if you start around the area of 3 being a high tide today, I mean, an extremely high tide in the city of Tarpon Springs, in the Anclote River, you can decide to make it 6 and it'll never go underwater in 50 years, or you can save a little bit of money. And that's kind of a calculation that is done, a give and take. But so the short answer is what we've kind of established for some other coastal cities is an elevation of 5 is a good estimate. Again, there are different opinions about where sea level is going to go, and it is difficult to predict 50 years in the future. But the City of Treasure Island is doing something similar, and 5 has been the answer that seems to work best for their situation as well.
Thank you. What's the lifespan of a seawall?
That's a great question too. Today we can build a seawall and have it last 50 to 75 years. We're using composite panels instead of reinforced concrete panels. Some of the walls out here are steel sheet piles that started deteriorating the first day they were in the ground. We're using admixtures on the concrete to help preserve the life of the cap. Galvanized tie-back rods that are much more durable than what we used to use in the past. So 50 to 75 years is a pretty good estimate as to what we can get out of the life of that wall.
Thank you. I'm asking this question because on Spring Bayou, we're constantly doing repairs. So is it because the ground, maybe the bottom is too soft or something, or?
Well, we find all kinds of things. In working with Bob around the city, we found walls that have failed because the toes weren't driven far enough. We found walls that have failed because the caps weren't built correctly. We found walls that have failed because the wrong material, or your standard sidewalk concrete was used for the caps instead of quality concrete. Not enough cover in that cap to the reinforcing steel. So all those things we've learned over time that we do for local government projects, for state projects, that the typical residential seawall contractor may not do, because not every homeowner is looking for a wall that can last for 75 years.
Thank you. Seems like this is a very, very complex project, and I will wait to see what my fellow commissioners have to say about that. But I'm requesting, Mr. Licorice, that we have a workshop after the holidays to discuss that. It's very, very important. But my purpose is to discuss the sea level rise. I'm very concerned about that. Vice Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. This is obviously a pretty important or very important subject to the state of Florida as a whole. Just for clarification under the description, which is more of an urgency? Would it be serious or would it be poor?
I believe if you look in the master plan, so that I don't get it wrong, it is serious is 3 and poor is 4. So serious is a more critical condition than poor.
Okay. I'll come back to that one. Does water going over a seawall to cause the deterioration of the seawall to happen faster?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it does. The cap, as I mentioned, different seawalls are built different ways, but preponderance of the seawalls have the tiebacks connected to the cap. So the cap is obviously an integral part of the structural stability of the seawall. If that seawall is routinely getting inundated, the chlorides from the water start to seep into the concrete. As soon as they reach the rebar starts to corrode. When the rebar corrodes, you see the cracking in the cap. That lets even more chlorides in, and your cap deterioration accelerates. So yes, the more that you're in that splash zone or in that inundation zone, you will get an accelerated deterioration due to chlorides.
Okay, thank you. That $10.9 million for seawall rising and infrastructure rising, would that be today's dollars, or would that be?
That's today's dollars, yes, sir.
All right. What about like city land that doesn't have a seawall? So for instance, some of the bayous that is on city land that doesn't have a seawall, was that incorporated in this project at all? For rising a wall or rising something up there?
No, as far as this only looks at those 19 walls, and yes, you're right, there would be a significantly larger scope if you started looking at the sustainability plan of the entire city.
Okay. I mean, obviously this is a great start somewhere. I think it's important, city manager, if we include those areas as well that don't have seawalls, to look at that. From a priority standpoint, from a prioritization plan, I see there's a couple of them for fiscal year 21, 22, and then 23. There's multiple things listed out in here. Did this come from staff, or is this a suggestion from Cardno, or how does this fall?
This is a suggestion from Cardno, and I can say that there is a lot of flexibility in there. I think I went past it. What we looked at too was the funding sources or funding capabilities. For example, the Craig Park seawalls are significant, almost 2,000 feet of seawall. Very expensive to replace all that at one time. If you're going to replace it again, to lift it up and do all the grading, new sidewalks, all of that to go with it. So we kind of, in the prioritization, we kind of spread it out over 4 separate activities. You'll get better pricing if you do it all at once. So there's some flexibility in there. But yes, these are just our recommendations. Some of these walls are in very good condition. We can keep an eye on them and push them out further to get more life out of them, certainly.
Okay. One of my questions is, you all have Hope Street listed as the first project when the north end of Roosevelt Boulevard is a much worse condition, which was listed by you all. So why would you recommend Hope Street to be completed before Roosevelt when it's in poor condition?
That's a great question, and it's all about proximity. So if you look here, that orange fencing is the Hope Street wall, right? So the cap has failed on the Hope Street wall, and it's right in the middle of the sponge dock area. People routinely using the restroom facilities and waiting for the boats. They were walking over there and sitting on the dock, or sitting on the seawall cap, standing on the seawall cap, and the cap became so deteriorated that it needed to be blocked off. So this is a heavily traveled area. It's a heavy tourist area, versus the picture on the left is the Roosevelt Wall. It's at the end of a street. There's very little pedestrian activity in there comparatively. So this wall was also blocked off for safety, but it doesn't really impact the public as much. They're very different failures. The failure of the Hope Street wall was the cap and deterioration. The failure of the Roosevelt wall was a toe failure. That wall actually kicked out because it wasn't driven deep enough to begin with. So that was just some of the thought. You're right. It's more deteriorated, but it's in a location that we didn't feel was as large of a concern compared to Hope Street.
So, and I don't mean to get into specifics too far, but with the Roosevelt one with a toe kick going out and it potentially being suggested 2 years to be replaced, is there any issues of it just collapsing into the river or the road deteriorating further?
It could continue to move. It won't have a sudden collapse because, as you can see here, the wall's already kicked out and all the fill behind the wall has already started sliding under the wall and moving forward. So it's short of a large storm come through and wave action or whatnot, it shouldn't move too much more.
Okay.
It's failed.
Okay. Well, thanks for clarifying that for me. I mean, from my standpoint, I think this is a super important project, and to actually put some type of capital prioritization together, I think that's been proposed is important, and looking down the road for future also state and county help from funding standpoints. I think this would also be very beneficial to go to meet with our representatives to talk about potential funding for Tarpon Springs. Hopefully, I think as a board, I think we'll have more of a push for these moving forward for future capital expenditures in the next few years. So Bob, thank you for spearheading this one from the staff side. And it's nice to see where we land, at least with everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have too much to add to the conversation. I'll just say that I appreciate this being spearheaded and having all the additional information for us to thoroughly consider as it relates to expense and priorities of projects. We all agree that sea level rise is a real thing, and we want to try and be more active about it within the community. So when this comes back for an action item, I'll partake a little bit more. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I really like all the details. I did just have a couple questions, kind of similar to Vice Mayor's here. Is just which one's worse? Is it satisfactory or fair? I'd imagine satisfactory is better, but I just want to make sure.
Like I said, I'll look it up so I don't give you the wrong answer. So satisfactory is an 8. I'm sorry, a 6, and fair is a 5. So again, 0 is the worst and 9 is the best. So fair is worst case than satisfactory.
Okay, and then how long are these descriptions valid before they start to deteriorate into the next description? So like if if I have a satisfactory wall, how long roughly before I become a fair wall?
That's a tough question to answer. It's when somebody will look at one of these walls and say, what's the life? Not necessarily the ones that failed structurally, but some of the ones that had more of the deterioration. You can usually look at something that's starting to crack and say it has 10 to 15 years life left, but once it's already started to corrode and once you get the chlorides into the reinforced concrete, it really accelerates. So it's difficult unless you do non-destructive testing and go out there with a hammer and really find out where the delaminations are.
Yeah, I get it. And like you did for Hope Street and Roosevelt Boulevard, I'm sure a lot of it will be a case by case basis as we move forward with a lot of common sense of, which area gets more use. Can you expand on what the ancillary costs are for accounting for the sea level rise? I mean, obviously, the 2 million versus the 10 million, to some people, they'd look at a seawall and they just say, why can't you just put some concrete on top of it and call it a day? Can you go into a little bit more what those costs are?
Sure, and it did. Bob had a good point that I'm sorry I didn't mention. Is we can do annual evaluations just to track the conditions as they do go down. But yes, so the ancillary costs are the costs not associated with the wall, but associated. Let me find the slide. Associated with the adjacent infrastructure, right? So think of Hope Street. Okay, so Hope Street's at the end of the street. It's got parking lots on either side. If we were to do our ultimate improvements, we would come in there. We would get rid of all the trees. We would lift everything up. We would regrade the entire facility. Those would be ancillary costs, not necessarily associated with the wall, but if we want to get if we want to preserve the whole area, protect it from sea level rise, we would have to do all of those things. So it's the costs, the infrastructure costs associated with sea level rise, excluding the wall costs.
Okay. And then do those costs, does that also account for, high tide coming up through drains?
Yes. Part of the process is to, and that's part of the bigger sustainability action plan. So for example, at Hope Street, if you're out there and take a look, right now, the existing parking lot empties into a flume, which goes through 2 slots in the existing wall. When it rains or when there's a high tide, it comes up right through those slots. So those slots let water out and they also let water in. So when we replace the wall, we're actually putting an inlet in place of the flume, and we're putting a check valve in the inlet so that in the future, the rainwater will be able to get out, but it won't allow that water to come in. So it is a coordinated effort with a bigger plan.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Tikiotis.
Thank you, Mayor. It's Mr. Silver, is that
Silver,
correct?
yes, sir.
Silver, okay. Just a couple of questions on, first of all, I appreciated everything being put in one spot. I think that's great. It's a long time we needed to do something, so I appreciate that. And also the conditions of the seawall. Just for your cost estimates, I know you went out and examined the seawalls. I know that there was probably above surface exams, right? Nothing below surface, or did you dive on the seawalls at all?
No, but a lot of cases we went out at high tide and at low tide, and at a very low tide, like Hope Street, I didn't bring them here, but Hope Street, I found a really, really low tide as we were looking at that wall, and went where it was down at the mud line. So we were able to walk around the front of the wall and really find.
On your cost estimates, if I'm not mistaken, everything is based on an FRP replacement. Did you consider the possibility of some underlying rock?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is underlying rock at Hope Street. That's why we went to FRP instead of vinyl. So we do have a shallow layer of rock at Hope Street. I think we'll find that all along the river.
So what would you do with the lime rock with the FRP? Are you going to?
It was deep enough that we were able to get adequate penetration with the design, use a composite sheet that's stiffer than a vinyl sheet and make the design work.
What's the criteria for the penetration on it?
We actually do put the numbers in based upon the rock layers or based upon the soil layers of our geotechnical analysis and actually run the calculations to find the deformation in the sheets and the spacing of the anchors to tie the cap in place.
Well, I mean, to keep the bottom from kicking out, the penetration into the.
In this case, I think it was 8 feet, but there's no magic number. There's no, well, if we don't have 8 feet, if we don't have 10 feet, we can't use it.
Okay.
We do an analysis at each.
The reason why I'm saying is I appreciate the material condition of the seawalls. I'm a little reluctant to put a lot of confidence on the cost estimates until we actually get to the project itself.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
And that's I want to caution the commission as well on that. The tiebacks you specified, or at least you showed galvanized steel. I've done quite a few of these designs. I haven't used galvanized tiebacks in a very long time. I've used stainless steel, 3/4 inch or whatever. I found that the galvanized hasn't lasted that long, especially in our environment, with not just the salt, but the acidity of the soils as well. I don't think it would increase the cost much at all, and perhaps if we could consider that in whatever design we do in the future, and we can discuss that at the time the design comes back. As far as the seawall height above the cap, we could, as an option, pin and add an extension to that as well if we needed, rather than just specifying 2 feet straight up and just going with that. Is that correct? I mean, from an engineer's
If I understand you
perspective.
correctly, you're saying if in the case of the Hope Street seawall, instead of building a cap that was 2 feet taller in the interim condition, design it for that future pinning and build what we need today, and then yes, sir, we could certainly do that. We would just have to design that in.
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
And I just wanted to express to the commission that there's options as well on that too. So, and that kind of leads me into, well, let me just finish up with Hope and Roosevelt. If I'm not mistaken, Hope is out to bid now. Is that correct, Mr. Robertson? It's not. Is the design complete on that? Okay. But the Roosevelt is not yet started on the design?
Correct.
Okay. That might be, I mean, I understand the priorities, but to me, that's the most important priority is you've got one in hand, one that needs to be done.
And the design of Hope Street is completed. It's gone through all the reviews. It's ready to go. We're in permitting now, trying to get the permits.
Is that with a 2-foot height?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I know that's going to come back to us, but I'm going to, and I'll tell you why. I'd rather do it with what we have right now and take a pinning approach later if we need to, just because of some of the things that you were talking about with the adjacent property owners, that sort of thing, and getting their cooperation. If we raise it 2 feet right now, it's not going to do anything for us. But if we start actually getting the adjacent property owners to participate, it's something that we can actually go and retrofit to match what they're doing. And I'm going to get into that in a minute of why I think that's a better approach right now. Bottom line is we don't want to make a mistake and do this and then realize later some other option would have been better for us in that particular location, not necessarily Hope Street, but some other location. I appreciate you saying that, and you were very specific with the sustainability in your action plan, but I'm not sure from a sea level rise, and I know that it's a very elementary approach, and the bottom line, the response would be, well, what else can we do? But just, you're right, that's it. So, but I don't know how at some point it's going to fit in with our overall strategy of combating sea level rise with the adjacent neighbors, those areas that don't have seawalls and things. If we don't address those not at the same time, in conjunction with the seawalls, we don't accomplish anything. Everything is still going to be flooded. So I think we really need to take a system approach to this. And quite frankly, I think that's the problem. You didn't mention it, but the sea level impact protection study, the governor's plan that he signed off as law, and that will be required to start doing studies with any state funded projects,
And that
which we're
starts,
hoping to have quite a few of those.
About a year from now, yes, sir.
Right. And I would suspect that would apply to any FEMA grants that we would be obtained through the state, as the state being the applicant
State
ultimately.
Probably, but they
Okay.
haven't defined that yet.
So that sea level impact protection or the state statute that was passed really is not, it's a component level plan. It's what we're doing. It's not taking a real systems approach from the standpoint of addressing all these other things to make sure that the inundation actually doesn't make it into the street. Just having a seawall by itself isn't going to work. And I really think that, for example, Craig Park, we could take this straight approach. Well, we'll replace the seawall, increase the height of the seawall right there at the edge of the water to keep the water from coming in, but we could also increase the height behind it. Or increase the elevation altogether of the sidewalk rather than just putting up a wall in front. So I think that back to what the mayor was talking about with a workshop sometimes after the first of the year, I think before we start getting into buying off on the approach of simply increasing the height of the seawalls, given that could be retrofitted and done.
Yeah.
I think that we should take a look at this more comprehensively from a systems perspective and see maybe some of those areas where something like this would work, maybe some it doesn't because it'll be forever, and we really have to address it through our ordinances for these other adjacent properties to come into compliance. I know that.
Excuse me, Commissioner Vatiquioris, do you think that information should be more useful when we do the workshop or now?
Well, no, yeah, let me just say this one last thing. I know back to, I think it was Vice Mayor Carr's comment with regard to those areas that don't have the seawalls. I know that Dr. Paul Robinson has been looking at these FEMA grants that are being presented now. And it would be tremendous if we could start tapping into those. And those would be the non-seawall. They would be the living shoreline and also the living seawall approach rather than straight sheet pile type of seawall. So I think that's it, Mayor. I'm sorry I took a little more time, but I think it's an important topic, and I don't want us to fix on this strictly increasing the height of the seawall, and that's going to do much for us. I I don't want us to make a mistake and spend a lot of money and then realize that perhaps a different approach would have been better off.
Yeah, this is why I requested to have a workshop so we can discuss and see what kind of approach we're going to take. This is a very important project. And also, we will need to talk about funding on those projects as well, and look at the opportunities for grants as well. So, Mr. Licorice, if you please arrange to schedule those things, will be useful for us to talk about it.
December, you'll have an item, because I think we've got 4 or 5
I
workshops
was
set
thinking
up, so
after the first of the
we
year.
will.
We got 2 meetings. Yeah.
No, in December, I'll bring you all the workshops that we've got pending after the first of the year,
Okay.
and the available dates in January, February, maybe even to March, and then you can prioritize which ones. So that'll be coming back to you before the end of the year, because I think we're up to 4 or 5, so.
I have one last request,
Okay.
very short. If when we get the Hope Street design back to go out to bid, if we could have option 1 without increasing the height, and option 2 increasing it to 2 feet as you proposed, do that. That's acceptable to be able to
Okay,
discuss.
we can
at
do that,
time.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's very important that we actually have a detailed discussion on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, thank you, but we're going to go to the public comments on this item. Do we have any public comments on this item? If you do, please come forward, state your name, your address for the record. Here none. Ms. Manous, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online who wishes to speak?
If anyone from Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand, sir.
Yes, please connect them.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Panayoti Kuyas, 595 Peninsula Avenue. I do want to say the presentation from Cardinal was amazing. And I think this is one of the first issues that should be discussed when it comes to the comprehensive and strategic planning for the future of our city. This is going to be, it sounds like a 10 to 20 year project. And we want the board to realize it's not a project that they're just going to start, but they are going to start it and help implement it for future boards to help do what's best for the city. I mean, the money sounds for $10 million to help structure a lot of seawalls for the next 75 years. Sounds really good. I also wanted to ask, because I did see pictures about the flooding over at the Deacon East Boulevard, if fixing the seawall and the auxiliary costs did include lifting up the road and fixing the sewage underneath, and all that was included, would you be confident that the sponge docks would be in good shape for the next 75 years following that? And how long do you think that project would take to be completed? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do you have anybody else wishing to speak?
At this time, we do have one more raised hand. If you could state your name and address for the record, sir.
Hi, Tommy Frayne, 1671 Autumnwood Street, Tarpon Springs. Just a really quick comment for, as far as financing goes, I'd implore you to look into a bond issuance for something like this. It's a large capital project, obviously a much larger city, but San Francisco had a very large bond issuance for upgrading the Embarcadero Seawall. They did that bond issuance, I believe, under a green bond marketing. So the city has a great credit rating. Obviously, interest rates are super low. And if we could market it as a green bond as well, there's some studies that show that the yields on the bond would be lower, so the pricing would be better. So that's advantageous for the city. And it sounds like we're obviously coming at this from a sustainability standpoint. So in addition to grants, obviously, which are great, but it's a large price tag. So I think looking at something like a long-term bond issuance is smart for something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stoker, thank you for the presentation, and we're looking forward to work with you.
Thank you for having me.
We are now going to take a short break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm sure you got it all down. You can go.
From the CRA.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
You got my text, right? Yeah. He's got them all stacked.
Are you going around?
Jacob.
You have to call it later. Maybe like standing desk.
I know, right?
You eat anything before you came, Costa?
Pardon?
You eat anything before you came? Got some dinner before you came?
Eat?
Yeah, did you have dinner? No.
Grab some peanuts. I'm still
I know.
trying to print
Yeah.
out some backup and stuff like that. Dolly's out of town. She's up
Oh,
in
really?
Richmond, yeah. So kind of soloing with a dog.
Bachelor trip, bachelor, huh?
Yeah.
Nice. Rusty Billies every night. I know. That's what I liked about the virtual is that I could put my picture on and just eat dinner.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, you're absolutely right about that. These are times when I wish we were back on Zoom.
Oh, me too.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Hey, it's going great. Going really good.
The other thing, I quit drinking water at 3 o'clock, liquids, because having to run off to the bathroom and stuff.
I know. If I don't drink water though, I get a headache. I get like.
Yeah, that's probably
dehydrated.
why.
Yeah. I know. That in my eyes. I don't wear my glasses. My eyes give me a headache. Oh yeah, I got it. They're at the mayor's. Okay. I signed them already. Thank you very much.
Those are paints. I didn't realize they had things on there now.
Yeah, those are awesome.
Wow.
No, first.
Justin, you want to go quick?
I'll tell you. I mean, we got a couple of site plans, but everything else should go quick. Really good idea. This is the only good thing that came from COVID. I stopped doing a paper agenda.
I heard a comment, send a memo to the course tomorrow, Bob.
Need the chairs from like the fire department conference room.
Oh, definitely.
Those are like the most comfortable chairs
Yes.
I've ever sat in my
Yeah.
life.
I just think we need
Yeah.
lazy boys.
Oh, I have one here for you to sign.
That would be, there you go.
Huh? Oh. I want something in a shield because I'm sitting really good.
Remind me to talk about that tomorrow.
What? Thank you.
You should stay until you come home. Yes. That's not a good thought. You know. I heard a thing.
Yeah. I almost grabbed the gavel.
I saw you.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Would you like a card? If it needs.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We now reconvene the BOC meeting at 9:21 PM. And we go to the consent agenda, item number 3, which is the attorney fees, Johnson & Johnson, invoice 6890, 6891, and 6904. Number 4 is the award file number 210052 and AM single source purchase of Pierce Fire Apparatus, OEM Parts and Services. Number 5 is the award file number 210053 and AM single source purchase of Booker Municipal Parts and Services. Any of those items that you like to pull? Any items that you like to pull? Here none? Okay. Need a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Comments? Any commission comments? No. Are there any public comments on these items? Items 3, 4, and 5? Here none. Ms. Manuzis, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone that is wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on these items, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. We go to the special consent agenda, which is item number 6, Wellness Center Agreement. Staff report, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we should have Jane Niffen on Zoom, and I'll have her introduce. We've also got your consultant from the Garing Group, Mr. Fleming's here. I'll go ahead and have Jane start off and make the introduction.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor and Board of Commissioners. Jane Niffen, Human Resources Director. I'm here tonight to ask that you recommend approving the new employee wellness agreement in partnership with the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust and the CARE ATC. This contract would be for a 2-year period, effective October 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2022. Is contingent upon the city's purchase of healthcare insurance through FMIT for the period October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. As you well know, for those of you who have been here for a number of years, the city has a great focus on wellness because we realize that early intervention and utilization reduction leads to a lower cost for healthcare. We have done a various number of initiatives over the years, including seminars, web links, newsletters, lunch and learns, EAP with 24/7 access. We also have used a number of times the Weight Watchers at Work program, which was very successful. In fact, I think in one session, we lost almost 1,000 pounds. Not saying that they're still off, but it did contribute considerably to people's well-being. We also have the smoking cessation program. In 2013, we did partner with FMIT, Oldsmar, and CARE ATC to form an employee wellness clinic. The important part of the clinic is that participants in the healthcare plan can go to the clinic, receive medication, see a doctor, have a number of lab procedures done at no cost to them. And equally important is the fact that there is no claim submitted to the insurance company. So this enables the reduction of cost to both the employee and the healthcare plan. Over the last year, the city engaged a benefit consultant group called the Garing Group. And early in 2020, they performed an extensive RFP after analyzing our full benefit program. And I think you remember in August that the city elected to award the healthcare insurance to FMIT at a decrease of 2%. This award included the operating of an employee wellness center. That does exclude the cost of the lease facility, which the partners have always been responsible for. The estimated cost, I think, is in your backup. Currently, it's a little over $3,000 a month and a little less than $37,000 a year. The caveat is that should the city not renew its medical insurance with FMIT, we would be responsible for the balance of the lease, which in this case would be the final year of a little under $37,000. Funding for this endeavor comes from the general fund, non-departmental rents and leases. So without further comment, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Mr. Sean Fleming from the Garing Group. He's their senior benefits consultant. Mr. Fleming.
Great. Well, thank you, Jane. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, the city manager, and Jane for the opportunity to talk with you tonight. So Jane hit on a lot of highlights. As you remember, we went to bid this year. We saw a 2% reduction in premium. That was a lot. Looking at really the premiums, the claims experience that kind of kept the market really in line with where we thought cost should be. So part of that arrangement that you had entered into back when you first went in with the clinic was the city's real responsibility for that, other than what was built into the medical plan, was that cost of the lease for the facility. So ultimately, the agreement that the League of Cities has presented and that we made some comments and have had some negotiations on was continuation of, or is a new version of that original agreement. But we've included some adjustments, and that's what we'll talk through, some recommendations with that. And I apologize, it looks like a track change didn't quite go off. I'll hit on that. Jane pretty much hit on all the bullets on here. I think y'all are familiar with the clinic. I know it's been a long night, so I won't go line by line on this. Obviously, there is a third party, Care ATC, who actually runs the clinic. They oversee the doctors, the pharmaceuticals, the laboratory work. So one of the reasons that the League of Cities also likes the city to have a contract is Care ATC is providing a service on behalf of the employees, even though the League of Cities is ultimately providing the funding for that. So there's some reasons they need that contract. So with that, as Jane said, if you choose not to have your insurance with the Florida League of Cities, the clinic would go away. That's inclusive in that. The reason I bring that up is you don't have anything in your contract for your health plan that obligates you beyond 1 year. We went to bid this year. We don't necessarily recommend bidding every year, but there's nothing that keeps us from doing that. And I think that's one of the most important parts. So I think the track change didn't go through here, but it's actually the city pays 79% of the lease. And the remaining 21% is paid by Care ATC. If you've been in the facility in the back, they have some administrative offices there, so they cover that portion of the rent. So I talked a little bit about the renewal. So the first thing in the contract that we noticed with some of the drafts was there was no real exit clause for the city. So that was something that we worked with the League of Cities. So what we've added is they've added a 120-day termination notice. The biggest reason for that is you have providers that are working at that clinic. If you were to terminate, you want to give those providers the opportunity to go find work elsewhere if you aren't going to participate in that. That's the biggest reason really for that termination clause, is to give those providers the advance notice. Obviously, if the day before renewal you decided not to renew with the League of Cities, that clinic is going to terminate. The other thing that we negotiated in that is most clinic companies with this type of contract will have a penalty if you leave without giving a certain amount of notice. There's no penalty in there, so we made sure that was not included. So the city's really only obligation is the remainder of the lease costs for the contract. So originally, the League of Cities was looking at a 3-year contract. As we dug into it with them, their contract for the lease is only 2 years. So we weren't comfortable going any longer than that because we don't know what those costs could be in a new lease term. So we renegotiated that to where we're looking at a 2-year contract. And so if the city chose to leave at the end of this fiscal year and didn't fulfill the 2 years, which that's obviously your choice, the city's cost, as Jane said, would be about $37,000. So me looking at things in an insurance perspective, I say, well, where does $37,000 fall into the grand perspective of what we pay for our insurance? And it's about 0.8%. The reason I think that's relevant is we never want anyone to have a contract where they feel like they're stuck, right? We're stuck with this for 2 years, and let's play hypotheticals and say, oh, they tried to hit us with a 20% rate increase because they know we're on the hook for this extra cost. If you look at where the market was last year, the league was the most competitive, but let's hypothetically say they hit you with a huge increase. We go back out to bid. If somebody comes in 20 points lower than them, okay, now it's 19.2, but it's still going to save the city a lot of money. It's my long-winded way of telling you I'm very comfortable with the lease and that you would have to pay that if you chose to leave. I'm comfortable that you're not locked in. And if you're afraid that you don't have the best deal, we can go back out to market and the market will really tell us if the pricing is out of whack. So with that, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Fling, thank you for coming to Tarpon Springs and giving us this presentation. I got a couple questions I'd like to ask you.
Yes, sir.
You as a consultant, are we satisfied with the medical insurance that we have with the FMIT?
Yeah, so to rehash a little bit, as you know, we did a pretty extensive bid a couple of months ago, and we did presentation on that. The level of benefits that the city offers to the employees, I think, is fantastic, comparable with the entities around you. What I think puts even the icing on the cake a little bit is the fact that you do have this health center. Employees can go get free care. They have access to a provider. So when you look at all that, I think the benefits package is extremely good and competitive.
Thank you. You recommending not to go out for a bid this year?
So let me make sure it's clear on the record. I did not say recommending not going out to a bid. Our general process is we monitor your claims experience monthly. So that's how much employees spend at doctors, providers, pharmacies. We monitor that throughout the year, and we actually do actuarial projections throughout the year to give us an idea of where we think the premium should be. So that gives us a good baseline. And we use that and start negotiating with the carriers, whoever it is, to really see if they fall outside of that area that we think is reasonable or fair. That's typically when we would recommend a bid, even if it was maybe a year you didn't plan on it. I don't recommend you go to bid every year, just in the thought that that's what's going to get you the lowest price, because what's happening in the market is it's very expensive for carriers to respond to bids. So if you bid year after year and you change a lot, they're worried that you're not going to be with them for a couple of years. So our decision on whether or not to bid would come closer to renewal time and would take a lot of those factors into consideration.
Thank you. In regards to the clinic, I think it's a good benefit to the employees because they have access to the doctor and they get free medication. But I think it's also a benefit to the city because by them go to the doctor or whenever they need to, it kind of helps with the absenteeism as well.
Absolutely. It's definitely a benefit. And we work with about 25 entities that have clinics. I always said I wish I had one because it takes me weeks to get into the doctor.
Yeah, thank you. I used them a few times too. Vice Mayor Carr, any comments?
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question. If the city terminates after 1 year, is the lease reassignable to somebody else to get out of that $30,000+ that would be tapped to the city?
That is an excellent question, and I don't know that I can answer it off the cuff. I don't know that I know the answer to that offhand, and I don't want to answer it wrong.
Okay. So is this, I'm assuming, is this a real estate lease that we're looking at, or is this an agreement between the League of Cities, and that's what we're talking about, right?
So the agreement that's in front of you today is ultimately the agreement for CARE-ATC and the league to operate the clinic for that. The lease, I believe, and I may have to, as you all know, we started with you earlier this year, I may have to defer to Jane or if anyone else. That lease, I believe, was entered into already last year. And Jane, does that sound correct? Because we were not here with you yet.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. We do have a lease, we don't, but the
Jane, you muted yourself.
the answer is yes, we don't have a
We're losing it again.
I'm still muted. Okay, let's try this again. We do not have a direct contract, but the CARE-ATC does have a contract with the landlord. It provides for a set fee for each year of the contract. There is a provision for an increase in the sense that if the operating expenditures go up, or the real estate taxes or the utilities, we would be responsible for 79% of that increase. But yes, it's a lease between CARE-ATC and their landlord.
I've got one more question. So the early termination, or for terminating, we need 120 days. what happens if it goes beyond 2 years and at that point, or let's say after we go to bid, the city goes to bid in the second year, but it's within the 120-day timeline. Does that make sense what I'm asking or where I'm going? Would we be stuck with this project or this service if we couldn't go somewhere else? Do you understand my question?
Yeah, I think so. Let me try and answer it and tell me if it's answering it right or if you had something else in mind. So ultimately, the lease that Carrie TC has, the agreement is 2 years. So this contract takes us out 2 years. So let's say at the end of this plan year, you leave. There's that 1 month obligation. As far as the next plan year, is that kind of what you're asking? What happens at that point? I guess the best thing to say would be to be determined, because there would need to be another agreement entered into with that plan year, because ultimately there's no lease to run out in that case if you weren't going to agree. So I think beyond the 2 years, it would require a new agreement, a new lease agreement, and obviously discussion with all the parties.
Got it. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mayor, just to answer the vice mayor's question, it is not assignable without consent of the other party.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the Vice Mayor's point. So if we decide not to renew, we're on the hook for the lease, right?
If you decide not to renew October 1st of 2021, you're on the hook for that 1 year of the lease.
But per the attorney, we can't assign and we can't sublet.
Correct.
Unless they consent to it.
Is there an opportunity to negotiate that point?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
We can
great.
go to them
I would
today.
recommend that we have the ability to assign or sublet. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Donovan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for sticking with us. Just while it's fresh in my head, I do agree with Commissioner Terrapini's point about keeping that option alive. My only question for you in the presentation is just if you could touch more on the return on investment that the city gets for having the clinic offsetting, some of those potential claims.
Yeah, so we don't have it in here, but historically, when your last return on investment was done, we've seen the return on investment in the years range anywhere from $1.25 saved for every dollar spent up to the high $1 range from some of the historical. What's a little bit different that we will do as Garing Group, this is our first year working with you, is once we get all the end of this plan year's data, is we'll also take that data from Carrie TC and the League of Cities and do an independent analysis on that. But overall, based on the historical, every dollar that's going into the clinic is ultimately a dollar, if not more, that's coming out of the medical plan because the medical plan costs more. So that's where the savings is generated. And I think what really on this slide, if you go back, you may remember, I know a lot's happened since then, but when we did the bid, we asked for proposers to give us a quote with and without the clinic, and also to give an alternate plan that would give some features of the clinic. And so the League of Cities gave a little bit lower rate without the clinic. But if you look, that plan that made prescriptions no cost and that made office visits no cost, it's basically the exact same price. So what that says to me is we're at least getting the one-to-one return on investment with that. And I think with that, you get all the benefits that the mayor talked about to the employees' convenience. As long as we're breaking even, anything on top of that to me is icing on the cake in that regard. So I think overall it's been beneficial. And I think if you look at your increase history and you're getting you got a rate reduction this year, that really shows a lot of the strength of the clinic in that.
That's a great point. That was my only question. Thank you.
Commissioner Tiqueros.
I was going to say, do you see anything on the horizon that would keep us from releasing or reinstating the lease at the expiration?
So that's, if you had asked me that question a year ago, I would probably say not much. With COVID, as you all know, and everything that's changed, I think the delivery of medical care is changing overall. I think when we talked about the medical renewal about telehealth. I saw a demo the other day for a physical therapy telehealth service. There's a lot that's changing right now. So whether, I don't know that I can for sure say right now that I would 100% know that that's what it's going to look like. I think we have to see what happens with COVID and what changes does it make to medical care. I think more than likely the clinic's still going to be a fantastic benefit that's going to serve, but things are changing a lot. I wouldn't want to commit to 5 or 7 years right now without knowing what that landscape is going to look like a little bit and how much is the insurance side going to change as well.
Well, on that, I mean, with this COVID, are they providing the same level of service that we've had in the past, or is there? Okay.
Yes, no
Well, that's
change
good.
no change with any of that.
Yeah, no, that's good. And our renewal would be October 1st, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a motion.
Moved.
Are there any public comments on this item? I hear none. Ms. Manus, have we received any emails?
No emails for this item, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do you have any on Zoom that would like to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Mr. Flynn, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, we're now going to item number 7, which is the interfund loan approval. Property purchase on corner of West Tarpon Avenue and Spring Boulevard. That's the Huffman property. Mr. Licorice?
Yes, this is the end that you have to do as a BOC as opposed to CRA. So this is just approving that interfund loan of $300,000 from the sanitation run to combined with the actions you took with the CRA.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have first and second. Comments, yes.
No, I was just going to move to, on the recommendation to match what we did in the CRA with
I
that,
thought it was already a motion.
with the same condition on there?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Any commission comments? Are there any public comments on this item? Hear none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails for this item.
Mr. Joe, do we have anybody on Zoom that would like to speak?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
And roll call. Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Item number 8 is a settlement of code enforcement liens at 601 Sugar Mill Road. City Attorney, if you please present this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This item, as it indicated in the backup, the property unfortunately went through foreclosure, and as you all know, our code enforcement liens are subservient to the primary mortgage. Since more was owed than what the property was worth, our liens were wiped out. However, the property is going to sell, and to clear up any marketable title questions, they have asked the city to provide a partial lien or lien release, I should say, that goes just to the house and not to the individuals who own it, or the property, I should say. And so the city indicated that it would do so if $1,500 were paid, and the bank has given its acceptance of that. Clearly, that's way under what we were owed. But in as much as we have no enforceability as against the property, it's certainly $1,500 that we're not otherwise entitled to. And just to make it very clear for the commission and those watching, it is only a partial release, and so the two individuals who are the owners are still on the hook, and any assets that they have other than this property can still be pursued.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion.
To approve the $1,500 settlement.
Second.
Any commission comments on this item? No comments?
I've got a quick one.
Sure.
Just, so Rob, or City Attorney, just so I understand it, is it the bank that's selling this, or is it, who's actually?
The bank foreclosed, and so
Okay.
now the bank wants to flip it off of its books, but because this lien sits there, even though it's not enforceable, it's still sitting there, so they want a recorded release, so that whenever they do the title search, it shows clear.
Doesn't maintain the property, then it could potentially go back on code enforcement issues.
Whoever owns it at the moment that there's a code violation certainly is going to be on the hook for a code violation.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other comments? None? Are there any public comments on this item? We hear none. Ms. Manousis, any emails?
No emails.
Mr. Jump, anyone online that are wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Roll call.
Mr. Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Mr. Donovan?
Yes.
Mr. Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. We now go into the ordinance of resolutions. Next is item number 9, resolution 2020-74, Pinch and Penny site plan. This is a quasi judicial. The city attorney will read the title and it will explain the quasi judicial process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The title is Resolution 2020-74, a resolution of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, approving application number 20-120, requesting site plan approval for the CPOC Corporation to construct retail building of approximately 3,460 square feet in gross floor area on 0.30 acres, more or less, of land located at 914 South Pinellas Avenue in the T5A South Pinellas Avenue Transect District, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. And I will go ahead and at this time, since the mayor indicated this is a quasi judicial proceeding, I'm going to review for those in the audience the city's quasi judicial rules. Since we have 2 quasi judicial items tonight, this item, Agenda 9, and also Agenda 11, what I am reading now will apply to both. And then whenever I call for swearing in of witnesses, that will apply to both item 9 and item 11. So if you plan to speak or testify as to either of them, you can go ahead and be sworn in. So this is a quasi judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply the law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinance, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. So that is the general procedure. The first step in our item number 9 is going to be to, and again, this is for items 9 and 11, if you're in the audience, is to swear in all the witnesses. So at this time, if you are going to testify to items 9 and 11, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. and repeat after me. Or answer the question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So we'll start as item number 9 with the staff presentation.
Mayor and Commissioners, Renee Vincent, Planning Director. The first application for review tonight is application 20-120. This is for the new Pinch a Penny commercial pool and retail supply store. They're currently located in the Manatee Village, and they want to build a new site across the street. This is a site that many of you probably will remember. There was a small, I think 2 or 3 tenant building here that burned down several years ago. So it'd be good to get new construction. It's approximately 3,500 square foot retail building with 12 parking spaces. Just briefly, this is the site plan to build, oops, I hate it when I do that. Wrong one, there we go. Pinellas Avenue and Apricot Court, and you have Ace Hardware is up here. This is your building footprint. It is pulled to the street in compliance with the smart code transect of the T5A South Pinellas. Your parking is to the rear. These are the building elevations. And again, one of the things that's being requested tonight, and we're recommending approval of, there's a requirement in the smart code for what they call glazing, which would require that 70% of your primary frontage would have windows or storefronts, essentially. So because this building has to be elevated to be compliant with base flood elevations, you have a little bit larger facade here. So we're recommending approval of this minor waiver to the glazing requirements, and would specify that that it would be in compliance with these elevations when it actually goes through permitting. So you do have a elevated entrance to the front. This is your and then your Apricot Court frontage, and then your west elevation. This is the rear where all of your parking is. Oops. And this is a storage facility for the pool chemicals and things of that nature, and your handicap entrance. The lot and building requirements that are in the transect code, as I already spoke to. The only thing that's not compliant right now is the window and window door glazing requirements. And with that, staff recommendation is approval of resolution 2020-74. Also approving the warrant, and there are several conditions that are in the resolution of approval. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. Since there's like 9 of them, I'll read them into the record, but if you have questions about them, we'll answer them along with the help of the applicant if necessary. And Mr. James Catalano is the representative. I know he's on the Zoom call. I think Mark may have to promote him if you have questions of the applicant. And with that, I'll stop and answer questions at the appropriate time.
Mr. Sierra Turner, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Vincent, this building is designed to have parking in the back, which follows the smart code, which we adopted, I think it's about 10, 11 years ago. Can you explain the benefits of having the parking in the back instead of in the front?
So when the smart code was developed, it's a redevelopment tool, and the
And
intent
you
is
introduced it to us.
yes, many years ago. It really is a redevelopment tool to promote walkable downtown urban types of environments. So this is one of the first buildings that we'll have really on the South Pinellas and the south end of the CRA. So it always is a little bit painful when you get that first building that kind of maybe actually looks out of place with everything else. But hopefully in the future, as things do redevelop, you get that more walkable downtown feel that you've got on a Tarpon Avenue or down in the Sponge Docks. So that's the rationale behind the way the smart code is set up. It really pushes the buildings to the front, creates that public-private frontage and interface, creates a better walkable environment, puts the parking to the rear.
Thank you. Planning and zoning board reviewed the site plan last night. Was there any recommendations from them?
Yes, and I'm trying to figure, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't finish with the conditions. I cut my presentation short. So yes, the Planning and Zoning Board did review this last night. They recommended approval. There was one dissenting vote. There was discussion about around was there a potential visibility issue. There's with the entrance that on from Ace Hardware that's directly to the north. There's an entrance in and out of Ace Hardware that is, and if I can switch back to the site plan real quickly here. Here, let me use the one at the end. There's an entrance in and out of the Ace Hardware parking lot up here. And so there was a concern, was like, well, if the building's pushed to the front, are you creating a visibility issue for vehicles exiting? Mr. Catalano has provided, and it's really difficult to see, but he has provided the DOT sightline requirements based on where a car would be exiting here. And the building is out of the visibility triangle requirements. So the board, to back up now, the board did recommend approval, and they asked that 2 additional conditions be placed on the site plan. One was that the visibility triangle, the project comply with the visibility triangle for the existing driveway on the adjacent property. And then there was another recommendation of requiring that the safety protocols be followed for whatever chemicals are stored on the site. That's already been reviewed by the fire marshal, and it's compliant with that. It is also compliant with the visibility triangle requirements. But if you want, there's no harm in adding these conditions. If the board wants to add them to the resolution, we can do that. I apologize, I cut my presentation short.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unless the applicant wishes to cross-examine staff, then it's time for the applicant's presentation.
Sorry, are we supposed to ask questions of the
Yes.
city staff?
City Attorney, the Board of Commissions, they can ask questions to the staff.
Absolutely, the board can ask questions at any time. In your written procedures, that's at the end after everybody's done presenting, but anytime you all have questions is fine. So.
I've got a quick question for city staff. Renee, was there a alternative proposal by staff to the applicant for not meeting the glazing standards? Let's say like a facade, some type of something in the facade of some sort?
We did not. I mean, based on the elevations that were provided, we felt that the intent of the glazing requirement really is being met. And with the fact that the building is being elevated up, so you have a much larger facade. So if you really required 70% of that entire facade, I think it's gonna look odd. So, based on the elevations that were provided, we were satisfied that the intent of the code was being met.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Vincent, regarding parking, is the parking being met, the parking requirement being met or exceeding the requirement?
It's actually being exceeded a little bit.
That's what I thought. And then in terms of the elevation of the building, given it's a commercial building and there's no habitat, is that always necessary to elevate, or could they have gone with a waterproofing mechanism or technique?
You could go with floodproofing. Obviously, that's more expensive and more difficult to do, but it is an option, yes.
So they didn't have to elevate?
They did not have to elevate. They could floodproof.
Thank you.
Mr. Attorney, we continue with the commission comments, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Vincent. I just had one clarifying question, I guess, based on the P&Z board recommendations. When they recommended that the project comply with the required visibility triangle, didn't the site plan you just showed us already comply with that?
It does. I double checked it. I went back today and threw a scale on it myself and measured it, and it does meet a functional visibility triangle. It's hard to tell 100% because the actual driveway is not shown, so you have to kind of guess a little bit because that's off-site of this project. But between that and as well as what the engineer has provided that DOT requires, I'm satisfied that it meets the requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Vincent, could you go back to the front facade, your drawings on that? I just wanted to point out that getting back to Commissioner Terrapanny's thing, if you remember, we're going to listen to Juniper tonight. Juniper is flood proofed. It's not elevated. And in the building that was there before, I'm sure it was pre-firm, was not elevated. This one is elevated. And I'm not sure whether we have any options on that, but and I really don't want to get into an individual's design of their buildings, but just from a consistency on alternate 19, this is going to be our entryway into the city. And if we start having some buildings flood-proofed, others not, I don't think that's going to help. And in our SMART code or in our land development code, I think we should highly recommend some kind of a requirement that it be flood-proofed. It's not that expensive, be honest with you. I've done a number of them. It's not that expensive. So if it was, I'm sure the Mears Crossing or the Juniper Development medical offices would have been elevated as well. But from a functional perspective, it's not. So I don't know that there's anything we can do, or maybe just as a commission, perhaps suggest to pursue flood proofing rather than this. It's just my thought.
I don't disagree at all. From a policy standpoint, I would like to see at least maybe some combination of maybe minor fill and flood proofing to maybe make it a little less painful. But I would be interested in hearing their engineer, his assessment, because
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
we
thank-
still have to hear them, right?
Yes. we do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
All right, so now, unless Mr. Catalano wishes to cross-examination staff, it is time for applicant's presentation. Is he going to make one, do you know?
I am here.
Mark, can you promote him so that he can share a
He
screen?
is promoted. He can start his video if he would like.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, I'm James Catalano, 2119 West Cass Street, Tampa. We're the engineer of record for the project. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Kalispera, good evening. The staff frankly made an excellent presentation. There's not much we can add except maybe to address the few issues that have come up. The first I'll talk about is the flood proofing. As you go through the flood proofing criteria, we really don't have a problem with flood proofing, but FEMA lays it out as a retro, mainly as a retrofit. It's not presented to go into design with a non-passive flood mitigation policy, meaning that something actually has to be done. Gates have to be put out. The building has to be fitted for that. It probably does transfer some insurance liability to the owner long-term, but that wasn't our consideration. We were meeting finished floor elevation for both the floor space area as well as the chlorine containment area without going to a retrofit style of flood proofing. So that's how we got to that. It wouldn't change the floor plan, frankly. We would just bring the floor plan down. The site plan would not change. The ADA accessible ramps would come away, of course. In order to mitigate the warrant for the glazing, we did add that large mosaic piece there, but like Renee had pointed out, about 30% of the building front facade was actually below finished floor, so it'd be a solid stem wall. We couldn't put glazing there. So those are those two items. The site triangle came up in the TRC. We addressed it kind of verbally in the discussion. So we didn't submit that portion on the plan. It's not something you generally put on the plan, but we did produce this graphic description of the site triangle criteria so that we could, finally put that behind us. The driveway actually is shown on the plan. It shows up as a little dash line, but it's a legal non-conforming type drive access onto a DOT road. So we took the worst possible case as close as possible to our property and then applied the DOT Green Book criteria for site triangle. I didn't hear any other issues, so I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioners will have any questions?
Got a couple.
Vice Mayor has a question.
Yeah. Am I okay to go? All right, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. To me, I think it's exciting to see that this piece of property is going to be redeveloped overall. From a development cost, do you see this being less or more than $1 million?
Considerably less. I think the budget right now is about in the mid sixes, like 650,000.
Okay, thanks for confirming. Thanks for confirming that. The question just pertains to the public art requirements.
Okay.
There's also, I have some landscape experience. The design calls for ligustrums as a hedge around the parking lot. Would you be open to changing those to a viburnum suspensum or something that would serve better from a longevity standpoint and serve the property better?
You know, honestly, I don't know the difference. I hear them both almost interchangeably. So absolutely, I'm certain the owner doesn't have an issue with that.
Okay, I think from a standpoint, the viburnum suspensum is not going to get leggy at the bottom like a ligustrum. Ligustrums will after a certain amount of years.
Thank you.
So there's been some discussion, and you addressed it a little bit on the height of the building. So there's been some nice renditions that have been provided. Although the landscape doesn't reflect accuracy to the plan. It shows that there's trees in front of the building, which the plan doesn't call for, and bushes and that doesn't call for as well. As well as the back side of the building, the west side, there's the bushes and the trees aren't actually in the plans. So I mean, I would make the recommendation that with the height of this building, that you look at adding additional trees to help mitigate that in the front of the building and on the southwest corner and the south side of the building. There's a couple options. They're more like dwarf trees that would help. Really with the height differential, I think something called a Royal Ponciana has some color to it at least once or twice a year, and would also help kind of, I guess, what was said on the board earlier, the building just would kind of stick out from a height standpoint. So I think this would help cover that a little bit. Do you have any issues with that at all?
Not at all.
Okay.
And Commissioner or Vice Mayor, the reason there's a disparity between those two is they were kind of developed in parallel. One is a concept based on a trademark and a vocabulary for the brand. Okay. So yeah, it would have been nice if we had the time to incorporate and make sure they merged up. But the site plan is kind of what we're promoting forward. So we will get those trees on the site plan.
Okay. So I mean, the recommendation I would make is that you try to put two Royal Poncianas in between the building and Pinellas Avenue, which looks like there's room, and then also on the south side and the southwest corner as well to help alleviate that.
Okay.
And then I don't know if this is a question for Renee or not, but it looks like there was some type of discussion about the parking lot signs or the stop signs. So currently, as the city, as a board, we've been looking at a standard for stop signs and street signs. So it'd be like a handicap signs and the stop sign to match what we have in what we call our historic district and within the CRA district. Currently today, it looks like on the plan, it's just like a standard galvanized steel. Do you have any issues with matching what we've been doing with the rest of the large plans that come before us and what we have in the CRA? So what it is ultimately a powder coated pole for the stop sign and a powder coated pole for the handicap sign. Any issue with that?
Not at all. We like you said, we called out the standard MUTCD. I think it's called an R11 stop sign. And frankly, I'm just not familiar with that. Comment did come up, but I'm not familiar. I would just have to find out from somebody, exactly what that is, and we'd get it specified.
Okay.
But that, that's incidental.
I'm sorry.
I can send the detail for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then I didn't see any lighting in the parking lot. I may have just missed that. I tried going through the plans and I couldn't figure that out. Is there gonna be street lighting or
there's a single lamp on the west side of the park lot in the landscape island that shines to the east, and two building mounted like sconce type lamps that face the parking lot. I don't know if you have the whole plan set there, but they're on sheet C4, C4.0.
Okay.
And we ran into the same thing there, you know, with the powder coated, the specific type and all that. So we're on top of that.
So you understand that then from staff? Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, they made that clear, as well as the bike, the bike structural element, the bike rack.
Yeah. Is that a requirement, Renee, to have a bike rack for all buildings?
It is.
In T5A, but then we're talking more of the actual finish of the bike rack, the powder coated, you know, versus galvanized or what have you.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, more decorative bike rack.
Great. I don't have any further questions. So thank you for confirming all that information for me.
Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan, any questions for you?
Oh.
Commissioner.
Hey, what's the construction of the building? Is it block or stick or what?
It's all masonry block with wood engineered roof trusses.
Would you, and I didn't quite understand your response. Do you have an issue or not have an issue with flood proofing the building and lowering the elevation?
I would have to check with the owner. I don't have an issue. I was just saying that when FEMA presents flood proofing, it's typically in a retrofit fashion for commercial buildings. It's not allowed on residential buildings. And it's a less passive means panels have to be put out. So it wouldn't be something we would go to initially. We were given a finished floor elevation to hit, and that's what we did. I don't think the owner would object. I can't make that call for him, but I mean, he's building a whole lot of ramps, and I'm sure he would mind getting rid of those ramps.
Yes. Pardon me?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Commissioner Terrapini might want to have a comment on that. If it was stick built, I'm a retired structural engineer, and I've done a number of these and a number of new buildings with flood proofing. So I don't think that that's an issue. If it was stick built, it might be a little more challenging, but since it's block, it really isn't, and you probably would save some money. I would suspect it's going to be a slab on filled stem wall. Is that pretty much accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, so you'd probably save some money there as well. I think it would be a courtesy to the city if the commission agreed and allow us to have a little bit more time to develop a policy with this, especially for alternate 19. I know it goes uphill from there, but I think if you recall the medical offices that Juniper was developing, they're just slightly higher, but they did require flood proofing from scratch on that. So I'm not sure, Ms. Vincent, how to handle this. If the commission agrees, maybe that would be a condition or something that could be worded to allow the applicant that option and perhaps let us know which way he goes. So
Yes, I mean, I think you can express it as, a preferred condition would be to flood proof the building, to lower the elevation to a more pedestrian friendly height. I don't know if you want to require it or if you just want to suggest it or.
Well, that would be my question. Is it something that we can suggest or something that we can actually require?
Can I say something, man?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have the owner available to speak. He could commit. I just wasn't comfortable committing for him. If he could speak, we could put this to rest.
That'd be great.
Change the whole site plan process?
Not really, no.
Yeah, well, exactly. Good question. I think the site plan remained the same. You just have to envision it without the ramps. And of course, we would show where the flood panels are. But is there some way to get the owner in, Renee?
Yes, he has raised his hand and we've allowed him to talk, so he is able to be in the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jim Ice, President and CEO of Pinch Benny and Sapcot Corporation. And I have no problem with us looking at it and seeing if we can do that. To be quite honest, I'm not sure if I'm going to have to be educated on what you're talking about.
I can do that.
Yeah, because I mean, I think we would love to lower the elevation. I have no problem with us looking at that. It's for us, the elevation is important. We were trying to meet because I know the floodplain actually is gonna, we're at 11 feet right now. I think we were hoping that the adoption would go to 10 feet before we started, but we would love to look at lowering the elevation.
Okay.
I think the building's going to look much better. Ms. Vincent, is that going to be as a condition you're suggesting to be now, or?
I think you can simply add it as.
Part of the motion.
As part of the motion that, requesting that the applicant explore the option of, utilizing floodproofing to, and not required to come back for another site plan approval, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Right.
So.
You got it, Mayor.
Yeah, because I mean, time is of the essence for us, so we would like to continue to go forward and work with staff and make sure we come up with an agreeable method or elevation.
No problem.
You could provide the option, right? And that would solve it.
I'm ready when y'all are.
Commissioner Terrapini.
I mean, just to make the motion. Just to make the motion.
Oh, you make one? Okay.
I mean, if we're ready.
Well, we need to go to public comments.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and make the motion.
I would move to approve the Pinch A Penny site plan as presented, with exception to adding a condition for the developer to build the property essentially on grade, utilizing floodproofing techniques. And what else was there, Renee?
I don't know if you want to get the tree.
And then the stated tree,
landscaping.
to revise the landscaping plan to include the vice mayor's suggestions as agreed upon by the applicant. I think that's
And
it.
also the poles,
sign poles.
To include the powder coated sign poles and upgraded sign poles for parking, traffic direction, and the bike rack.
Anything else, Vice Mayor? That was it, right?
A second.
Okay.
Need a second?
Yes.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, is the applicant done with its presentation?
I guess I have a question. Was the motion a requirement or us to take a look at it?
I mean, I think if it doesn't, my thing was, I don't want to change the process for your approval. So assuming it does not change the process for your approval and you don't have to come back for a re-site plan, which is what we confirmed, I think it's ultimately going to be, in my experience, the cost is going to be a wash for you regarding the ramps, the import fill, the stem wall. So I think if you're okay with it, I'd like to make it not just a recommendation, but include it as a requirement.
Well, I can tell you my view is I would rather have it on grade than not. So I just don't want the building, because I'm not familiar with the flood proofing. I don't want the building to become, unbuildable because costs go out the roof. So I'm not sure what this flood planning is, but if you're telling me it was the same, I'm telling you right now, I would make it grade any day of the week.
If I could just add a couple of comments on this. The difference between, your engineer is correct. It's a little bit less passive in the sense that in addition to the building, as you would see it like a normal building at grade, you would have to actually build some flood panels that would fit into your doorway and any of the glazing that would be below the base flood elevation. But generally on your glazing, you could actually raise those at the 1 foot above the base flood elevation to accommodate not having to do that. So it'd simply be your doorways that you would require a flood panel, and you would theoretically or ideally store those on site. And then on the provision, in the case of a contingency of a storm coming through that might flood the area, those, and you would play this by ear, you would actually install those panels, which if it's aluminum would be simple enough based on the openings that I saw in your elevations. That would be that's the only difference in what you would have right now as far as a passive versus an active system.
Mr. Commissioner, can I add to that?
Yes, please. You're the engineer.
And also for the owner, Jim, if you look at the front view, the niche that forms the entry, the strategy for floodproofing in design is to provide a niche. Instead of having a flush opening like we do on the west wall, the parking lot wall, we would create a niche that would accommodate a floodgate more readily. You see how we could easily seal off that east elevation because of that 3.5-foot niche there, where we would create something similar on the west wall as well. So your entry doors would be inset just a little bit. We'd bring the building we wouldn't have all that ramp space. We'd bring the building, bump it out just enough that we could fit the necessary tracks and fasteners that hold a floodgate.
Okay. I mean, like I said, you're familiar with it, so
Yep.
definitely take a look at it. I'm very open to it. So
Okay.
walking up and down stairwells with our product is not conducive.
Yeah, I think they're asking for a commitment, and I could recommend that you would commit.
Okay, well then you got it. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney?
In as much as the owner is consented to the condition, then I have no problem with you making it a requirement, adding it as a requirement for approval.
Great.
Need to go to public comments then.
Okay, so if is the applicant finished with its presentation?
We are.
Okay, then next up would be, is there any member of the public in opposition to this application? Anybody on the Zoom?
If anyone would like to speak on this, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, does the applicant wish to make a closing statement?
I don't have any.
Oh, you go ahead, James. Oh, then y'all talk.
Go ahead, Jim, take it.
I just want to say we're glad you guys, we're there. It's been great for us to be able to move out of the shopping center. We look forward to having a standalone building in Tarpon Springs, and we appreciate all the staff help and what they've done to get us to this point. And I think this was very informational from what you guys did as a commission. So I definitely appreciate the effort.
Very good.
Ms. Vincent, any closing statements from staff?
Nope.
Okay, then it's to the board.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion and a second. Do we have any other commission comments?
No, Mayor, I was just going to add, if you go, Morgan Maze is a building I designed that's at grade, and that's flood proofed. Snooker used to be Snookers. It's Morgan Maze now. And you see what the difference is. People don't have to walk up to the stairs to get inside the building. So it has distinct advantages to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr? Yes. Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Next is item number 10, A and B, that has been deferred. And we go to item number 11, which is the resolution 2020-78, the application 18-128 site plan for Juniper Development, northwest corner of Mears Boulevard and South Pinellas Avenue. That's also quasi-judicial, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, resolution number 2020-78, a resolution of the city of Tarpon Springs, Florida, repealing resolution 2020-08 and approving application number 18-128, requesting site plan approval for Juniper Development LLC to construct a medical and general office building of approximately 13,057 square feet in gross floor area on 1.83 acres, more or less, of land located on the northwest corner of Mears Boulevard and South Pinellas Avenue in the T5A South Pinellas Avenue Transect District, providing for findings, providing for conditions, and providing for an effective date. Again, this is the second quasi-judicial item of the night. We had already asked for folks to be sworn in. Is there anyone who was not previously sworn in who needs to be sworn in for this item? Okay, then we will go first with staff presentation.
Thank you again. This is a minor site plan amendment to a previously approved site plan that was application 18-128. Essentially and this is the, it's been by several names. Originally it was Shops at Mears, and now it's the general medical office building. project at the northwest corner of Alt 19 and Mears Boulevard. And after it was approved by the board in May, it became known that the impacts to the wetlands exceeded what was approved on what was in the approved swift mud permit. So this revised site plan corrects for that. And I'm just going to flip down to the site plan and show you. These are very minor. The site plan on the right, it was the original approved site plan. And I'm calling attention with the circles to the areas that have been changed, where you can kind of see the actual change. So this driveway width previously was 30 feet. It's been reduced to 25 feet, the proposed drive entrance off of Mears Boulevard. So that allowed them to slide this stormwater pond to the east and reduce the impacts to the wetlands, and reducing that overall impact now so that it is in compliance with the swift mud permit. So that is the extent of the changes to the site plan. Oops. And the resolution contains all the original conditions of approval, with one additional condition being that the requirement for approval by Pinellas County for the driveway connection for Mears Boulevard to be submitted with the site work permits. And staff recommendation is to approve. This did go to the Planning and Zoning Board last night and was recommended for approval. Thank you.
Questions from commission?
Yes, I have a question to ask and comment. So, Ms. Vincent, the applicant was able to modify the design, minor modification, and it was able to meet the requirements of the swift mud. He did that by shifting the stormwater pond. What about the building? The building was
Building stayed where it was.
stayed as it is.
Yes.
The other question that I have is the applicant is requesting the county to allow a left-out turn from the driveway. And I'd like to ask our police chief, is that any safety concern by turning left on Mears Boulevard?
Renee, can you highlight with the laser what the mayor's talking about?
Are you talking about this is the entrance? The Mears Boulevard. Are you talking about the Mears Boulevard entrance?
Off
You just
Mears.
lost me. Yeah.
There's
So
a traffic light there to remind you. I was just want to make sure that it's not a traffic.
There's not a distance requirement, Renee?
and that's what, because it's a county road, they're going to have to approve that driveway entrance permit. So they have different, I don't know what their separation requirements are at the county for those separate driveway separations from the roads.
Mayor, without really looking at this site plan and analyzing it more, I really can't give you an answer to that.
Okay.
Sorry.
I know that the county is going to approve, but just want to make sure that we have no safety concerns. Just because it's so close to the traffic light.
This will, confirmation of whether the county will allow a left turning movement from the site onto Mears Boulevard. If it's not, then the plans will have to be revised to reflect that. So
It's in the county's hands.
Yeah, but it's how people driving.
Yeah, but it's part of the approval that it has to.
It has to go to them, yeah.
right. They'll either get it or they won't. So
That's all I have.
Any other commissioners with questions?
I've got a couple questions. First, I know Commissioner Vatikotis and Commissioner Terrapini harped on this pretty heavily during the last meeting, so just want to say thanks. You guys are right on this. Renee, if I used and I can't remember, I thought this application didn't have anything going towards the public art fund because it wasn't over $1 million.
Oh, yeah.
Am I remembering that correctly?
I do not know.
Okay.
I was not here when it went through the first approval. Mr. Alzabal might be able to.
You weren't here.
I was not. So
Okay, I'll wait for the applicant, but just to make a point, the neighboring property is $187 a square foot to build. And if I use that same ratio for this property, which I know each property is differently, but it's a commercial build, it comes out to about 2.4 million. So that's just one area I just want to make a point on. So Thank you.
And the public art fee is based on the cumulative site construction costs. So in this instance, and I've asked Mr. Alzabal to clarify this for the public record so that everybody knows, he is proposing this as a phased site plan. So you would have some of the site construction done before you would do the vertical construction. So we'll have to track that, as when the vertical construction comes in, it's still going to be, because it's at the time of CO. So we'll have to track all that. And we do that through the Naviline process.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Donovan?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Nothing to add.
I do. That public art fee, I had brought that up as well because the application said the construction was less than $1 million. And there was a stipulation made. I think it's left with Director Powell now that he knows to charge the public art fee based on what the construction cost estimate is when they go in for building permit.
Okay.
So that's taken care of. Yeah, and I want to thank Commissioner Terrapini for, I'd asked for a deferral on this thing until we flush things out. And actually what the issue was with the SWIFMUD permit was based on a 0.99 acre impact of wetland. And the site plan actually that we had approved way back was 1.05. So there's about 3,000 square feet more. So rather than modifying the SWIFMUD permit, I'm assuming what we're doing is shrinking the impact back down to 0.99. And I can see the difference. So you have to have a little bit, examine it and see where you look. But
It'll look really hard.
Yeah, and, right. And that's good. That's all I have, Mayor, for Ms. Vincent. I do have a question on the app for the applicant. Thank you.
Is there any other commission questions?
No.
Does the applicant wish to cross-examine staff?
Yes, sir. Good evening. JD Al-Sabbar, Sycamore Engineering, 8370 West Hillsborough Avenue, Suite 205, Tampa, Florida, 33615, and already sworn. As the staff report indicated, we have minimal modification to previously approved plan, and this is probably the third site plan attempt to approve the site. It's approved 2000, I believe, 8, and approved earlier this year, and this is the third time. So just to follow up kindly, a couple of point out, the mayor indicated about the access. Yes, it's correctly going to get evaluated by Pinellas County, and usually based on the generated trip, which we have we have to access. So that would make it most likely will be, they accepted it as is, but will be evaluated by the county completely to give us right-of-way access permit to their driveway. As far as the art, yes, it's more than $1 million, the cost for that. And yes, we're gonna contribute accordingly to the fund. As a commissioner brought it up earlier about the flood, it is, as you're aware, it's tidal influence area. So therefore, when we went and considered, does not go up in the elevation, and we try to create a human scale when we look into the site, into the architectural elevation and the building. Therefore, we propose what we propose as elevation 7, I believe, because the existing road, alternate 19, about 5, between 4.5, 5.5, something like that. We went to 7, so it's within acceptable way. That's what we propose. And yes, the one point brought it up about we have condition by the building department came up in the TRC that third party have to involved when you do proofing. It's like in case of flood, let us say it's happened during the weekend and it closed. So a third party responsible to come and open the facility or it tried to be sure, have since below the flood elevation. That's one of the condition, I think, in our plan, the building department requests from us if we did the proofing, but which we agree about that, of course. Just to bring it to your attention, this is a two phases project. Phase one, which is a clearing and removing the mud and adding the fill, and phase two is the site work on that site and the building. And ready here to answer any question.
Mayor, any questions?
Vice Mayor?
I've just got a quick question. If this is approved tonight, is there a plan to break ground like tomorrow, or do you have any idea?
Well, thank you for the question, Commissioner. There's somebody ready to do it. Have it under contract for 12 months. And we have been back and forth and he dropped the contract, I'll be frank with you. So, and dropped it 4 weeks ago because he could not wait, going back and changing. We are looking to keep the same development and somebody take it from there. So the answer is not tomorrow. So we were planning to do that, but we have been since April, try to figure out the path. So we, until we choose to go back to the council to complete it.
Have you thought about doing like phase one first to clear the land and then look at?
That's the possibility, but we want to, we are looking really to develop it completely. I think it's time to get done, especially after the road have been completed now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great area to do, to be the entrance of the city. And we're really looking to do some nice looking building there, as you see. And so this is really, yes, two phases, but we're looking to really complete it completely. That's our ultimate goal.
Great. Well, thank you for addressing the concerns that were brought up in the past.
Mr. Donovan?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Terrafani? None. Mr. Vaticiotis?
Thank you. Mr. Esselbeck, we're back down to an impact of 0.99 acres.
That's the approved impact, 0.99 acre. And with the best of my ability, and Commissioner, just to bring it to your attention, it is really, before the previous approval, we have back and forth TRC revision. And that's what's make the team, when they submit the plan, it's really by mistake. We are not intentionally to add even more.
I understand.
So, and I'll be with the great respect to the consultant to get it. It's not in 1.03. It's not 1.05. So regardless, as you know, it's more, that's not acceptable. So we have 0.983, the best of my ability, that be sure. So less than 0.99.
Yeah. Well, I understand what you're saying. SWIPMUD has it as 0.99 based on the Wawa site plan.
Correct.
And you had represented 1.03. I calculated 1.05, and we turned it over to our, completely without even my talking to them, to the engineering consultant, Cardno, and they came up with 1.05 as well. So I appreciate you working with us and bringing it back down to the impact of what SWIPMUD has on the books. The driveway entrance, actually, I'm going to have a question once we get into commission discussion with the Ms. Vincent. But Mr. Asaba, I'm not quite sure. Back to Vice Mayor Carr's comment and Ms. Vincent's comment. Are we looking at basically a slab-ready site? Is that what you're going to pursue, or are you going to actually build the slab and the shell and market it that way?
Of course, we could not get it built until we have a possible user on this here. So, but as happened with our case in different location, yes, it's slab and plus the shell completely. But of course, deliver it to the tenant or the user.
And let them finish it out.
Correct.
Okay.
But we will control the outside.
No, I understand. It's
Correct.
it's very important for the commission to understand whether we're going to be looking at a slab in the future with this partial permit that is going to be pursued, or a slab and a shell. And the slab and the shell, will that also include the landscaping and the striping and everything that goes along with the driveway?
That is correct.
Okay.
And as you know, we're not granted a CO on the site plan if we didn't put this landscaping and other. But phase one is a clearing the site. It's most likely and removing the mud. And for that, the phase two, which will be the site construction, landscaping, shell, all the architectural looking, all the amenity for stormwater, utility, all of this here, and shell.
Okay. And then phase three would be somebody to come and finish it out.
Correct. But of course, when we do that, we be sure somebody follow to do it.
You're
As
not
you know.
going to do phase two until you're sure you have a buyer for phase three. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to be looking at, let me just be,
Sure.
I know you're going to demuck the site.
Yes, sir.
I understand that. That's going to
Yes,
be
sir.
the very first thing. All the material is going to be gone. The vegetation is going to be gone.
Correct.
I would suspect you're going to backfill it with some construction grade material for, okay.
Correct.
But that's it. You're not going to leave, you're not going to install a slab or anything like that? is
No,
that-
no.
Okay.
But we add the fill, required fill to compact it, as you know, to acceptable compaction rate.
Well, let me take it to the next question. I really, I wish I would have known about this a little sooner. What are we going to do to protect the environment if we're just going to leave it as a neutered site with just sand?
Oh, okay. No, this is, as you know, we prevent the erosion. We sod it. We will not be like a dirt. We could not be either seeded and mulch or sodded. We'll not leave it as is, even with 2 weeks or 1 month. So that's absolutely no question to ask about that.
Okay, I'm going to follow, thank you. I'm going
Sure.
to follow up with Ms. Vincent once we get into the commission discussion. This is very important to me, Mayor. That's all the comments I have right now.
Ms. Vincent, do you wish to cross-examine the applicant at all? Okay. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak to the application? Public on Zoom?
If anyone would like to speak on this, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
The applicant, it's your time for a closing statement if you wish to make one.
Well, just any effort, and help, appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Staff has a closing statement.
No, just answer additional questions.
Mr. Mayor, it's back to the board.
Thank you. Before we go to commission comments, it's 10:45, requesting to extend time on to this meeting. We're still on item number 13,
I move to adjourn at 11 o'clock.
11 to 11.
I said I move to adjourn at 11 o'clock.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that, but I would like to defer item 20, 21, and 22 to our next meeting. I'm not sure why we couldn't do that.
20, 21, and 22. We still have few, if we extend the time to 11:30, probably we'll be able to get that. No? You only got 15 minutes left.
Well, we need to get on with it then.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure everybody understands that we got 15 minutes left.
And so the city manager would make the next step if they should be added to the next meeting or not, or rolled over to the additional ones, and right?
That's my understanding, but for some of these ordinances, like the ratification of the executive orders, we got to do them. That's why I probably wouldn't support 11, but if you said like 11:10 or 11:15, I'd support it, just because we have to do those.
Yeah, I could support
Well,
11:15, I think.
Mr. Licouris, which ones are ones that we must complete tonight?
You must do the ratification of the
Which item is
elections.
that?
You must do item 17. You must do item 18. You must do item 19. Those you have to do tonight.
Okay.
Please.
Those
vote on this.
those you have to do tonight. And again, there's going to be some adjustment because December 8th meeting is full. So there's going to be some things moved from the 8th to the 15th because we have 2 more meetings to get things done. And we got a real heavy agenda on the 8th. So some of the things we may have promised the 8th may have to move to the 15th. But we do need to do those items at least tonight.
So we do have a motion. Do we have the second?
I second for adjourning at 11.
At 11.
I second.
Okay. And roll call. No, actually, we don't have to, that is the time that we're going to adjourn anyway.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. We
Yeah,
need to
don't
move
have to
on
do
with it.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, unless there's a motion to extend it and second it. Just want to make sure.
So far, we
All
don't
right,
have any.
let's get on.
Okay.
Call the question. Let's vote.
You call the question?
Yeah.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. The chair will entertain a motion to approve?
Didn't we just do that?
That was.
No, that was to
and,
call the question.
Call the question was, let's vote on this item. Motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
Get off there, Renee.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Jane, your mic is on.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, we're going to item number 17, resolution 2020-73, ratification election results. Staff report.
Please approve ratification of the election results that were presented to you.
Move approval.
Second.
Any comments? Any commission comments? No? Any public comments on this item? Any emails?
No emails, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. Item 18, resolution 2020 -77, ratification of executive orders. City Attorney, you're going to read the resolution, please?
Resolution 2020-77, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2020-40 and extending the declaration of local state of emergency to November 10, 2020, and providing for an effective date hereof. Mayor?
Thank you. Need a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any comments? No commission comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Do we have any emails?
No emails, Mayor.
Mr. Jeb, do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
And Mayor LaHousas?
Thank you. 19.
Vote, Mayor. Vote yes.
Resolution 2020-75, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, ratifying Executive Order 2020-39, declaring a state of local emergency due to Tropical Storm Eta and providing for an effective date hereof.
Need a motion?
Motion to approve.
I just want to say, I think the city manager and the staff did a great job pulling everything together for that storm.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item? Do we have any emails? Mr. Jump, anybody online wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr? Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Attorney, do we need a motion to defer the items that we're not going to cover tonight?
You do not.
Do not?
You do not.
Okay.
I believe the advertised ordinances we
The
do.
ordinance are advertised. I believe you need a motion to defer. them.
But you have time.
Why don't we
maybe to
just
do-
hammer them out? Yeah, just hammer out 12, 13, 14. Yeah.
If there was one,
At least the second readings.
Yeah, go speak.
number 15,
We have both are second reading. Number 12 and number 14 are both for second reading.
Call 12, Mayor.
we've got 5 minutes.
Yes, we can do some of these.
Mayor, may I have the floor a second?
I'm sorry?
May I have the floor? I just wanted to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Could we could we consider item 15 this evening? The fire department's been waiting for this one for several months, and it's just an amendment to the 457.
We
plan.
got 5 minutes. Let's do that one.
Well, it's an easy one to do. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
let's do that.
Mr. Herring has something to say.
Yes.
Yes, my budget resolution number, what is it there? Number 16.
Number 16.
I've got to get it done in November. By state statute, you can't have the final budget resolution done 60 days after the end of the final year. So I'm hoping we can go ahead and get that resolution done.
Can I move to extend the
7
meeting?
minutes. Start on 12 and just hammer them out.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes.
would you please read the resolution 2020-71 for the budget resolution fiscal year 2020?
Resolution 2020-71, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. Mayor, to you.
Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Any commissioner comments? Any public comments on this item? Any emails? Mr. Jump, do we have anybody online wishing to speak on this item?
Anyone who would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
And roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Attorney, would you please read the resolution 2020-76?
Resolution 2020-76, a resolution of the City of Tarpon, of the Commission of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the 457B Deferred Compensation Plan for firefighters to provide for participant loans and other changes, providing for severability, providing for repeal of conflicting resolutions, and providing an effective date.
We need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any commissioner comments?
Happy to see this done.
Any public comments on this item? Hear none. Any emails?
No emails, Mayor.
Do we have anybody online wishing to speak?
Anyone who would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr? Mayor LaHousas?
Yes,
We could
thank
have
you.
item 14 to Duke Energy. If we don't have anything, could we, item 14, could we go to that one next on the Duke Energy franchise, second reading? No questions on
I
that?
got a few minutes left. Yes.
Ordinance 2020-38, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, granting to Duke Energy Florida LLC, DBA Duke Energy, a non-exclusive utility rights-of-way utilization franchise, prescribing the terms and conditions related to the occupancy of municipal streets and rights-of-way in the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, for the purpose of providing electric service, providing for severability, providing severability of provisions, and providing an effective date. Mayor?
Yes. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any comments? Hear none. Are there any public comments on this item? Do we have any emails?
No emails, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, do you have anybody that wishing to speak on this item?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. Well, that concludes the regular session meeting. It's adjourned.
Mayor, we still have time for item 12,
And
because that's the second meeting of the prohibitive of truck traffic.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes.
You got 3 minutes.
Do it,
3
Mayor.
minutes.
Hammer.
which one you want next?
12.
Okay. The ordinance 2020-37, Mr. Attorney.
Ordinance 2020-37, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, creating Section 18-5 of the Code of Ordinances to be titled Prohibition of Truck Traffic, to authorize the city manager to prohibit truck traffic on certain city streets and providing for an effective date of this ordinance.
Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Comments?
None.
Any public comments on this item? Are there any emails?
No emails, Mayor.
Mr. Jump, anybody online wishing to speak?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Roll call.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Sorry.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, I got 2 minutes left.
And number
Resolution,
13, the reason we did number 12 was so we could get the state to stop traffic on Spruce
we got it,
Street.
Mr. Licouris. City Attorney, will please read the resolution 2020-69.
Resolution 2020-69, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, authorizing the city manager to prohibit trucks on Spruce Street between US 19 and Jasmine Avenue and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Any commission comments? Here none. Are there any public comments on this item? Are there any emails on this item?
No emails, Mayor.
If anyone is in Zoom, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. And that concludes the regular session meeting. It's adjourned at 10:59 and 44 seconds.
Hey.
Good night, everybody.
Rapid fire. I like that.